I started a new job in June, and it was like I hadn't started a new job in 14 years.
The regular meeting for the Aurora City Council for Monday, March 28, 2022 is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
Councilmember Medina. Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Here.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Here.
Councilmember Gardner. Sorry, I didn't do it in order. I didn't have an alphabetical order in front of me. And Councilmember Drinsky.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Announcement for the call-in line.
I thought she said Bergen. That's okay.
Good evening, City Council, the public. On matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. If you would like to speak and have not already spoken to an operator, please press *3 now. For those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 and press *3 when connected. You will hear a prompt confirming you are in line to speak to an operator and then be able to continue listening to the meeting. When the operator comes on the line, please be ready to give them your name and agenda item you wish to speak on. Please keep in mind that you must press *3 before the city clerk reads the title of the item you are wishing to speak on. Finally, as a reminder, council does not allow comments about any item on the agenda during public invited to be heard. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes, and public invited to be heard is limited to 1 hour in total. Thank you.
El Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Aurora da la bienvenida a la opinión de sus habitantes y otros vecinos en sus asuntos comparecientes en la agenda y durante la invitación a la audiencia pública. Por favor, llame al número de teléfono 877-820-7831 y al conectarse ingrese el código 254610, seguido de la tecla numeral. De allí espera para hablar con la persona que al llegar su turno interpretará su comentario en inglés. La operadora tomará su nombre y el asunto a presentar ante el Consejo y le pondrá en espera. Las personas han de esperar al anuncio de la invitación a la audiencia pública o hasta que se les ceda tiempo para tratar un tema específicamente en la agenda de hoy y al ser llamado por el funcionario encargado. Va a depender del volumen de llamadas para que se conecte con la operadora, así que por favor sea paciente y permanezca en la línea. Si usted no está en la fila de llamadas al momento que se invita a escuchar al público, se le colocará en espera para la última invitación para comentario público. Esto será al final de esta reunión de consejo. Finalmente, recuerde que el consejo no permite comentarios en ninguno de los asuntos en la agenda durante la invitación para escuchar al público. Gracias.
Please join me in prayer. O Lord our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you would look upon this particular gathering tonight and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable industry, sound education, and good judgment. Unite the community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there be justice and peace in our city. Give City Council wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the health of this community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Executive session update. And during executive session, we discussed security concerns. For mayor and council, we discussed collective bargaining, cyber defense posture, and information security authority and responsibility.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yeah, I would like to make a statement if I might.
please proceed.
So you can see I'm not there in person tonight, and I just want to explain why I'm not there. I was on a briefing call earlier this afternoon with the city manager, mayor, our city clerk, and some other staff to review the agenda. At that time, we were told that there was a security threat to the mayor and council specifically for tonight's meeting. And you know, there was discussion as to what precautions were to be taken and so forth. During that meeting, I was privy to looking at some of the social media posts that had the threats, and we heard from some staff members that were extremely concerned and about the threat. And we asked questions if the person could, if there could be a restraining order. And then we were told by our attorney that we didn't have time to do that. After a lot of discussion, and I want to say that we don't want to underestimate direct threats, and of course we want to be careful in assessing them. And certainly, I think there was probably not sufficient time when this came about. But in assessing it, you know, some of the things you look at are intent, motive, resources. And I think all three of those things were present. Anyhow, the decision was made that we would go ahead and have a virtual meeting rather than an in-person meeting. And the decision was made for the protection of our staff and for the protection of the public. God forbid something would have happened, or, you know, which we hope to God nothing will happen tonight. And certainly we have police officers present to protect us. But again, you know, I think to err on the side of caution for safety, the decision was made to protect the staff and the public. Once that decision was made, and then we're in preparation of getting that information out to the public and to the council members. It was reversed by some council members to go ahead and have it in person. And I'm fine with choice, and certainly, you know, we have choice to either, because of that threat, be virtual or in person. But some of the staff didn't have a choice. They have to be there for tonight's meeting. And so I'm just, you know, I think the problem should have been brought to our attention earlier so that we could do a proper assessment. I just thought it was prudent to err on the side of caution for those attending the meeting and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Approval of the minutes for February 28th, 2022. Motion.
Motion, Zvonik.
That's moved by Councilmember Zvonik, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to approve the minutes for February 28th, 2022. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen and Councilmember Jurenski, we don't have your vote in e-scribe.
I vote yes.
Oh, yes.
The motion passes unanimously to approve the February 28th, 2022 meeting minutes.
Is Jennifer Prince here? Very well. We have a proclamation. Whereas a National Donate Life Month raises awareness about organ, eye, and tissue donation, encourages Americans to register as donors and honors those that have saved lives through the gift of donation. And whereas Colorado has the nation's highest performing state donor registry with 67% of driver's license ID card applicants signing up to be organ and tissue donors, a decision that reflects deep commitment to one another. And whereas one donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and save and heal more than 75 lives through tissue donation. And whereas in 2021, a record of 234 organ donors and 642 life-saving transplants occurred. That's an 8.8% increase in organ donors and a 3.3% increase in life-saving transplants compared to 2020. And Donor Alliance recovered tissue for transplant from 2,082 tissue donors, resulting in over 156,150 tissue grafts becoming available for those in need. And whereas there are 1,511 people waiting for a life-saving organ transplant in Colorado and Wyoming. Of those waiting, 1,251 are waiting for a kidney, the organ most in need, and 156 are waiting for a liver. Now, therefore, I, Mike Hoffman, Mayor of the City of Aurora, Colorado, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as National Donation Life Month, a witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Aurora, Colorado to be affixed this 28th day of March 2022. Mike Hoffman, Mayor, Aurora, Colorado.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Kaufman. And many of you may not know that Mayor Kaufman was actually instrumental years ago in starting the donor registry for Colorado. Colorado's #1 in the country today because of those efforts. So we are thrilled to honor our organ and tissue donors, recognize and celebrate those who have received life-saving transplants, and remember those 1,500 people that wait today for a life-saving transplant. Thank you to the City of Aurora, and thanks for your long-standing support.
Thank you. Nope, I don't need this. Public invited to be heard.
Yes, Mayor, we do have individuals. Arnie Schultz is first. Arnie, you have 3 minutes.
First, I'm very upset with those of you who voted to limit public invited to be heard because it discriminates against those constituents who are unable to attend the council meetings in person. So when there are more than 10 speakers, those who are at home will not be called on because you call on the people that are here first. And if there's more than 10 people, and I'm one of those that are at risk, and I'm also caregiving for my wife, and I shouldn't have been here tonight. So this is blatant discrimination, and it's un-American. And Councilmember Bergen, a couple of weeks ago, said constituents are able to email the mayor and city council to hear their voices heard. I have emailed all of them several times, and I've always gotten a response from the 4 Democrats, twice from Council Members Gardner and Sundberg, and I don't know if the others have even read my emails. Second, I'm also upset with the mayor for taking a vote during the executive session not to censor Councilmember Jurinsky. The roll call vote of all city council members on whether they supported or opposed moving forward on censure investigation is a violation of the open meetings law. I believe Mayor Kaufman should be censured for asking for that roll call vote during an executive session, And I'm also surprised that the city attorney permitted this roll-call vote to take place. Third, the Aurora Police Department uses excessive force and racially biased police practices and violates state and federal laws as part of its patterns and practices, according to a 14-month investigation by the Colorado Department of Law, which is recommending the city enter into a consent decree to change its policies, training, record-keeping, and hiring practices, and will require the city to pay an independent monitor to update its progress to the courts and the public on how it's implementing changes. If the city does not cooperate, the state attorney's office will seek a court order to implement the consent decree. During her tenure as acting chief and chief of the APD, Chief Wilson has been doing an excellent job of firing those who deserve to be fired, disciplining, retraining, and training police officers, and doing everything else that is recommended in the consent decree. Chief Wilson deserves praise for her work and to be retained as Aurora's chief of police. As Aurora has already paid many millions of dollars as the result of lawsuits brought against the APD for excessive, sometimes deadly force, $15 million alone in the wrongful death of Elijah McClain. There are council members who would prefer to fire a police chief who is reforming the APD in a manner spelled out in the consent decree and hire someone else who is likely to cause even more lawsuits. This is just the wrong thing to do to the taxpayers of Aurora. Thank you.
Carolyn Bowler.
Big down here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been a long time a resident of Aurora. I've lived here since 1976, and I've seen a lot of things change in this city, some for good and some not so good. I've seen a lot of city councils come and go, and I watched the recent events regarding Chief Wilson. And it really bothers me that we have members of this council who would like to terminate her employment. Here's a woman who is strong, she's committed, she's been dedicated to this city, and a strong woman in an environment of mostly white males is not something that is easy to overcome or to deal with. I will say that I think rather than terminating her employment, this council has a responsibility to provide her with the necessary tools to make this work. I am a longtime union leader, but I have been very disappointed in our union leadership in this city, in the police association. It's a two-way street. If the chief and the union and its memberships can't work together, then we're in serious trouble in this city. And I think that you need to take a look at both sides. You need to, as a union officer, I worked in a company where management and I fought constantly. But we also came to an understanding that we were really there for one thing, and that was the betterment of the company. And frequently I would walk into the office and they would say, "Come here, in the back room, we got a problem." And we would sit down and we would resolve it. It protected the employee, it protected the company, and I wasn't in violation of anything. And our association, police association, seems to have been doing everything they can to make Chief Wilson look bad. And I know that there are members of this city council that have done the same thing. And it's frankly unacceptable, and it's not good leadership from the sitting members of this council. But thank you very much.
Eric.
I don't blame you for not trying that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for letting me talk.
So my name is Eric Shanholzer, and I've been living, going to school, or working in Aurora since 1973. So I have our last person beat by a couple of years. Now, from 7 o'clock last meeting to 8:30, Council debated several resolutions. These debates and the circumstances that gave them rise, along with other factors like people council members looking at their phones while people were talking from the phones at home, and 3 emails I wrote to council members that were not answered in 2 weeks. All of these, and probably more, actually made me ashamed to be an Auroran. All right, that's this then. I'll talk to you guys later. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Mayor, we don't have anybody else to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you public invited to be heard? Okay, well, you didn't put what you wanted on your speaker slip. I'm sorry. Linda? Yeah, it was blank, so we didn't know.
I'm Linda Willits. I'm, I guess, a newbie. I've only been here since 1979. But I really appreciate that you guys have the time for open speaking. Oh, I have stage fright. This is extremely hard for me. And I'm really glad that there's other people speaking in support of Vanessa Wilson. I've been appalled in listening to the news about how Aurora is in secret talking about firing her instead of it being in open meetings, openly talked about. So I, too, am speaking in support of her. I think we have a wonderful police department with all of you guys, and knowing there's a threat, it's really cool that there's so many police here. The majority of our police, and over the years, I'm sure most of us have had dealings, even if we got a ticket. But most police are very respectful and treat people very decently. Vanessa Wilson has been working, though, to reform. We need to draw a line on where it's police brutality, excessive force. We can't be known for that in this city. And she's drawing a line. She's known nationally. I watch the national news, and she's been on the national news. It's crazy to talk about terminating her employment. I'm sorry, I just do not understand that. And I think it needs to be done openly. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor, that is the last person.
There's no one in the call-in line?
No.
Very well. Public invited to be heard on the 2023 budget.
We don't have any public invited to be heard for this. I'm not sure if staff wants to make any comments.
Mr. Hayes?
Yes, hello, Greg Hayes. I'm just here taking notes for if anybody has any. Twice a year, we go through and do a public invited to be heard, a special one specifically associated with the upcoming budget. So I'm just here taking notes.
Very well. No further public invited to be heard on the budget. Adoption of the agenda. And
Mayor?
Sorry.
Mayor Bergen?
Oh, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, Mayor, make a motion to approve the adoption of the agenda with the following changes: to remove item 4B from the agenda. Staff is bringing that back on April 11th. To add item 19G to the agenda. And then also, lastly, to allow the appellant for East Bank 5 minutes to speak about the lease under item 16A.
Mayor,
Councilmember
can
Lawson.
I also make a motion to amend the agenda to actually see if we can move 16A after resolutions? So it'll be after 11E.
Mayor Pro Tem, is that a friendly amendment to you?
I would just ask our attorneys if we can move.
Well, I can do one of two things. Either procedurally, I believe I can, that you can take the Councilmember Lawson's motion as a friendly amendment, or we can simply vote on your.
Well, I just want to point out that, okay, so it would follow resolutions, but it would be before introduction of ordinances, and I thought public invited, or public hearings had to be after ordinances. So I just want to make that point.
Okay.
Does it have to be, I'm sorry if I misspoke, if it has to be after, within the public hearing, 12E? I just think that this needs to be moved up.
You can move this forward with, as long as you're, again, approving it as a council, you can move this forward.
Okay, I guess, can I move it after resolutions, which is 11E?
Yes.
Okay,
Is that your motion?
that is my motion, Mayor.
Very well. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, that's fine.
Very well. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the agenda as amended.
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilman, oh, thank you. The adoption of the agenda with amendments passes with one no vote from Councilmember Gardner.
Adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10E. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10E.
Mayor, we need a motion in a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. A motion?
Mayor.
Moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by Councilmember McConnell. Discussion?
Mayor, I believe that was Councilmember Coombs.
Correct, thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Coombs?
Yeah, I was just moving to adopt the consent calendar.
Okay,
And Mayor Kaufman, how would you like to vote?
Mayor votes aye.
The motion passes to adopt the consent calendar with one no vote from Councilmember Jurenski.
The time is now 6:59. Council will stand in recess until 7:05 to give staff time to do another announcement for the call-in line. Council is in recess.
Members of the public who would like to speak on a resolution or ordinance and have not already spoken to an operator, please press *3 now before the item is called by the clerk. Those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 to be connected and then press *3. As the mayor indicated, the council is taking a short break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. Thank you.
remote option makes it easier. It does, yeah. Ryan Fraser, back in the day, he used to have a job that would travel a lot on Monday, so he missed a ton of meetings. Yeah, but he told me, he goes, if I would have had the remote option, because he took, obviously when he ran for office in future years, he always took shit for missing council meetings, which makes sense.
City Council is now called back to order. Would the clerk please read the title to agenda item number 11A?
And Mayor, items 11A through 11C may be voted upon as a single item if council wishes to go through that approach.
11A through 11C? Yep. Oh, 11A through
11A through 11D, I apologize.
11D. Motion on 11A through 11D.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 11A through 11D.
It's been moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by?
Zvonek.
Seconded by Councilmember Zvonek to approve item number 11A through 11D. Discussion?
Mayor Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski.
I would just like to know why item 11D, I'm getting tires for our MRAP vehicle even has to be voted on.
Okay, I stand corrected. Brief presentation by staff.
Mayor,
Sorry, who is it? Mayor Pro Tem? Or
do we need to correct the motion then? Now it's 11A through 11C?
It's 11A through 11D.
Oh, I thought it was pulled just now.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're pulling D? No, she just had, Councilmember Jurenski just had a question on it, and I probably should have asked for a brief presentation by staff anyway.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lieutenant Matt Brookbacher, Aurora Police Department Special Operations Bureau. The reason that it came before all of you this evening is because of a policy put in place that I was asked to follow through legal, that any request for any governmental assistance, whether it be products, items, whatever, needed to be through a vote by council for anything 1033 related. I'm sorry, I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I don't know if Attorney Megan Platt is on, but she had some of the legal verse about it, but that's why it came before you.
And Katie, I'm getting some, we can't hear anything on WebEx. I don't know if the microphones are off, but nobody who's on WebEx can actually hear the presentation.
I can't see your lights, so I don't know if they're.
May not be on.
So you guys didn't hear any of that, did you?
Nope.
Test. Okay.
Thank you, Katie.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to repeat that now that we have microphone? I can talk.
Oh, very well. Brief presentation on 11D.
Okay. You want to talk about ordinance first?
Yeah, real quick. Megan Platt, she's on my team. Pete Schulte, Public Safety Client Manager of City Attorney's Office. This was in regards to an ordinance, I think, passed a couple of years ago about getting items from the Department of Defense. Council, because of what was going on a couple of years ago, Council wanted to approve any funding or any equipment that was received, even though there's no net cost to the city. We're following that ordinance to bring this to your attention, and that's why Lieutenant Brookbacher is bringing it, saying we need the wheels are expensive, they're surplus, so we want to give it to us, but because of that ordinance, that's why it's before you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo. I'm sorry, Councilmember Jurenski.
So I'm sorry, I heard because tires are expensive, but then I also heard there's no cost to the city. Which is it?
Well, the tires are expensive. We were to buy them out of pocket, and Lieutenant Brookbacher can talk about that. They're very expensive, but because they're coming from the Department of Defense, council member, the ordinance that was passed a couple of years ago requires us as staff to come to council for approval.
So are we paying for tires or are we not paying for tires?
We are not. The net cost to the city is zero.
Well, that's not 100% correct. I apologize. We do have to pay for shipping from Pennsylvania, so that'll be roughly $1,600. But in return, we're getting each tire and wheel setup is valued at anywhere between $3,000 and $5,000. And unfortunately, right now, even to order tires, which we have no spares, if we were to order tires, it would be 6 to 12 weeks delay to get any of them in stock.
When would you have been able to order these tires had this resolution not been in place?
Last week, I would have been able to tell them I could definitely take them. The way the ordinance reads is I'm not allowed to even request without permission from council. So when they offered it to us, I couldn't say yes or no at the time.
Can you please tell me what ordinance this is?
Mr. Brossman, I don't have the exact ordinance in front of me.
It's 2-672, paragraph C.
Mayor,
Councilmember Sundberg.
I understand this vehicle is used in blizzards and rescue and so forth. What are the condition of the tires now?
The condition of the tires now are fairly good. They're about 5 years old. We had to replace them once, all at the same time, 5 years ago. They are still serviceable at this time, but should we have a failure, we have no backups or spares to keep us moving.
And the tires coming, they're new, with brand-new tread?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of 11A through D.
Councilmember Zavonic.
Yes. Sorry.
The motion passes unanimously to approve resolutions for items 11A through 11D.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11E.
Item 11E is Resolution 2022-70, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, authorizing the City of Aurora to tackle the increase of violent crime in the city by developing and implementing a comprehensive crime reduction plan.
Brief presentation by staff.
Ladies and gentlemen of council, Mr. Mayor, this was a resolution that was brought by Councilmember Zavonic about having a comprehensive crime reduction plan in the city of Aurora. And I will, if it's okay with you, Councilmember Zavonic, I'll defer to you to continue that.
Yeah, thanks. So this resolution is being brought forward out of recognition of the need for our city to establish a comprehensive plan to improve public safety and address the rise in crime that we've seen in our city. What we recognize is that while a number of the challenges that we face as a community are not going to be solved at the local level, that it will require partnership with the state, that there are a number of laws that have been passed by the state that have made our community less safe. We understand that there are things that, in fact, the City of Aurora can and should be doing in order to improve public safety. What this resolution does is it takes 5 core strategies and it requires our city management to, on a monthly basis, report back on progress being made towards each of the 5 core strategies. The saying goes, what gets measured gets done. And in Aurora, what needs to get done is an improvement of public safety for our residents. So briefly, the 5 core strategies are a fully staffed, fully funded, and industry-leading trained Aurora Police Department. It's implementation of data-driven policing to ensure that we're leveraging our assets in the most effective way possible. It's rebuilding the Aurora Gang Reduction Impact Program. It's expanding our crisis response teams, which is a combination of officers going out on calls with clinicians when there is a mental health situation that needs to be addressed, and then also the implementation and execution of a camping ban, which I hope we will put into place tonight. And again, the idea behind this resolution is to bring these strategies, many of which we are already doing, together in a comprehensive fashion so that we can have an ongoing intentional conversation on a monthly basis with the Public Safety Committee and on a quarterly basis with council at study sessions to ensure that we're making progress, to update our residents on the progress that is being made, and to determine whether or not additional tactics are needed towards these core strategies. I don't think that's any secret that our residents are concerned about the spike in crime we've seen and are demanding attention from us, from the city and its leadership to improve public safety. And so I hope that this resolution will be a step in that direction.
Motion?
Mayor, before we have a motion, we do have one individual in the public who would like to speak on this item.
I stand corrected.
Eric Shanholzer.
Hello. Before I start comment, I would like to say I am an organ donor for our thing. But I rise not about the comprehensive strategy itself, but wondering about the waiver of reconsideration. Violent crime has been raising since 2019. Why now? Is it such an emergency that we don't have adequate time to talk about it and get our citizens' input on this very important thing? And where can I get a copy of it? I couldn't find it on the website. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Motion?
Mayor, I motion to move item 11E forward.
Moved by Councilmember Jurenski, seconded by?
Sundberg.
Seconded by Councilmember Zvonek to approve item number 11E forward. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Magano.
Thank you, sir. So we discussed this at study session last week, and I do appreciate the intent behind this, but as was already mentioned, this is by and large something or things that we are already doing. So what I want to actually have a discussion about here, I have several amendments that I'd like to offer. One of them is a no but 3 of them are yes ands. Because I think that if we're talking about public safety, we need to actually, live up to what this is asking us to do and use data-driven methods to actually make our cities safer. So the first amendment that I have is to strike the second whereas clause, which frankly is, let's say, leading towards untruth. And I'd like to replace it with what I think actually happened, which is we recognize the increase in criminal activity is a global trend, which coincided with the economic, social, health, and emotional hardship brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and has impacted all nations irrespective of form of governance, ideological bent, and partisan composition, and that our role as local elected officials is to implement evidence-based solutions to the problem facing our city. Because it's true that we have seen changes in criminal behavior, but it is not something that is unique to Aurora, to the state of Colorado, to the United States even. This is something we're seeing globally. So I want to be upfront and honest with our residents and let them know that we see what's happening, we're concerned about it just as you are, but we don't want to use this as an opportunity to politic. My second amendment, and Mayor, I want to get this out now, I would like us to vote on these individually as opposed to as a group. That way we can have discussion on them separately and maybe correct them as well if folks want to make suggest a change. The second one that I have is an addition, so this is my first yes and. The City of Aurora shall commit funding to be used for land acquisition and housing development per the Aurora Housing Strategy to ensure Aurorans are suitably and stably housed, which has been demonstrated to reduce nonviolent offenses, prevent homelessness, improve educational attainment, and reduce the number of youth who become justice involved for violent crime as they grow older. So this is being proactive in our approach to public safety, not just continuing to be reactive. Number 7 that I would like to add here is the City of Aurora shall work with the school districts within our city limits and nonprofits to ensure all Aurorans have access to early childhood education, which has been demonstrated to significantly reduce the odds of future justice involvement by youth enrolled in this kind of programming. There are multiple studies that show folks or children who are able to benefit from pre-K and early childhood education go on to lead stabler, more successful lives, reducing the potential for criminal justice involvement. So I think that's something that we definitely need to invest in and work with, nonprofits and, as I mentioned, our school districts. And the final addition that I have is the City of Aurora shall commit to ensuring its working families are able to thrive by creating a local economy where one full-time job is enough to sustain a family, allowing parents to be at home with their children after school and work hours, which has been demonstrated to significantly reduce the odds of justice involvement by youth and adults. And this is something that I have heard from community. I have heard from, actually we heard some of this just last week at a event at the Village Exchange Center by the panelists that were convened there. And I also heard this from members of our gang unit when I got a chance to speak with them not too long ago, that we need parents at home so that we can actually have that village raising a child. When kids come home to empty houses, they have more of a likelihood of falling in with the wrong crowd, which can lead to more antisocial behavior. So I'd like us to make commitments today while we're reifying a lot of what we're already doing to actually start taking more meaningful steps to create a truly comprehensive approach to public safety in the city. So those are my 4 amendments that I would like to propose. And Councilmember Zvonik, are any of these friendly?
No.
Okay, thank you. So let's, I guess, go to the first one then.
Well, motion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I move to move forward with the First Amendment, which is to strike the second whereas clause and replace it with the one that I read.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Coombs?
Councilmember Coombs. Discussion on the Marcano amendment to Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, so I think that this is really important because as we discussed in study session, the second whereas clause is really attacking our state legislative partners wrongly, saying that they are not doing anything or that they're doing bad things in relation to public safety, when in reality from 2019 to 2021, they passed 33 bills in the areas of protecting and supporting survivors of crimes, protecting and supporting law enforcement and other first responders, facilitating prosecution of those who commit crimes, and general public safety investments and gun violence prevention. And I'm happy to talk about the specific details of those bills if needed. But the point is that they actually have ensured that public safety is a priority every year, not just in 2022. In addition, they're also working on bills currently in 2022 to prioritize public safety. And so we need to be working with our partners and doing what we can together to address the people, or the needs of the people of our city, rather than being antagonists to our partners at other levels of government in the ways that we pass resolutions. Resolutions are for the purpose of making policy statements, not political attacks.
Mayor?
Further discussion, Councilmember Sundberg.
You know, it might make it feel better to call this a global issue, a national issue, and sweep it under this big general trend. But we got people in the city right now that are frustrated that we can't write traffic tickets, that we're not issuing DUIs, that wait 40 minutes for police response times, if any come at all. It's hard to get accurate numbers from top levels of the police department as to how many people we're missing as they put the billets in there. Several dozen officers at least. So our citizens are crying out for solutions real time to this matter right now. Lives are affected. People of color are affected negatively by all this. So people want action. So let's call it something global and national, but let's take action, Councilmember McConnell.
Let me just recognize myself, and that is that I think this is sweeping. It's saying that, well, it's no big deal because everybody else has the problem. It is, to the person that just got robbed, it's a big deal. To the person that just got their car stolen, it's a big deal. To the person that just got assaulted, it's a big deal. And it doesn't really matter what's happening outside of Aurora. It only matters what's happening in Aurora, and that's our responsibility.
Mayor?
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
I'd like to agree with both of you aggressively, and I'm wondering if we're reading the same thing. I mean, yes, these are local issues, absolutely. But the original, what was written in here, was basically a politically motivated attack on the state legislature, as opposed to addressing the reality of the situation we find ourselves in. I am calling for, specifically in this, evidence-based solutions to these problems. I agree with you. We have a shortage of officers. I'm not trying to change any of the other sections in here. Again, as I mentioned earlier, those are things that are already happening, which is why at study session I didn't support the resolution, because we don't need to tell staff, no, we really mean it though. They're already doing these things. So let's not mischaracterize what I'm writing here and what I'm suggesting. This is about, let's tell the whole truth about what's happening, and then let's take action to solve it here at the local level, because that's our responsibility.
Further discussion.
Mayor Zvonik.
Councilmember Zvonik.
Yeah, look, the whereas that they're looking to replace, they continue to suggest that it's an attack on the legislature, a partisan attack on the legislature. It is a recognition that our legislature, and there are members of both parties who supported these bills, have failed the state of Colorado, and they have failed the city of Aurora, and we need their help. They have the legislation that Councilmember Coombs talked about in the last couple of years. They've decriminalized the possession of fentanyl. 1,000 Coloradans lost their lives to that drug last year. They expanded the categories of felons that are now allowed to possess firearms to include car thefts and drug dealers. They've eliminated qualified immunity. They failed to reform PR bond abuse when it was clear that it was being abused, when last year 70% of the people who were arrested had been arrested once before, and 30% of them have been arrested 5 times before that in the previous year. They failed to address the homeless issue that we are trying to address here in the city of Aurora, and frankly, we are going to need them to partner with us. We need the state legislature to step up, because we can do these 5 core strategies perfectly, and we're still going to have challenges with crime in our community until the state legislature steps up. And I believe it's our responsibility to do the things we can and to continue to call them out in the areas that they are failing our city.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so in response to that, the state legislature passed reduce the risk of gun violence by requiring firearm owners to safely store their weapons, HB 21-1106, reduce the risk of gun violence by requiring report of lost or stolen firearms, SB 21-078, reduce the risk of gun violence by prohibiting people convicted of violent misdemeanors from acquiring firearms, SB 21-1298. So they are working to address gun violence. And with respect to the fentanyl issue that was raised, never has criminalization actually addressed drug use, drug abuse. And so it's very disconcerting that the response that we have to people dying of drug overdose is further criminalization. That drives people further underground and makes it actually harder for us to respond in evidence-based ways to overdose deaths. If we wanted to engage in evidence-based practices around overdose deaths, we would support harm reduction. And finally, with respect to the other bills that are seen as harming law enforcement, the legislature passed the bill, increase availability of funding for mental health peer support for law enforcement officers, and support law enforcement officers involved in use of force incidents. And with respect to victims, protections for minor victims of trafficking, law enforcement training for human trafficking awareness, facilitate Victim Rights Act notification for survivors of crime, protect survivors of sex offenses by requiring evidence to be kept longer, protect survivors of domestic violence by recognizing protection orders issued in Canada, allow survivors of sexual offenses greater access to civil justice system by eliminating statute of limitations, and by allowing new cause of action for long ago offenses. So again, they're not taking action, and we need to take action, and they've failed us. They've been doing a lot, and in fact, things that are new and different instead of just a restatement of doing more of the same. And I don't think we're going to get better partnership from them by attacking them in a partisan fashion, which I maintain is still what's happening here.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, no, I mentioned this at our last meeting as well. I think this is a thinly veiled attack on our Democratic state legislature from a supposedly nonpartisan council, from a conservative council member on this council. I mean, it is not saying we should partner, it's saying we can't wait for the General Assembly. It's creating opposition, not alignment, not partnership, not agreement. So I don't believe that for one moment. I think it's clear that this is in fact an attack. We've just heard Councilmember Coombs list the short titles of close to, I don't know if she listed them all, but she said 33 bills over the course of years that our state legislature has been working to address crime and public safety and improve processes. And again, these are things that our staff is already doing. And I'm just seeing an increasing trend in creating resolutions that affirm things we're already doing, and that taking credit for something that is already happening. And again, that's also concerning. This isn't everything it says it is. Again, in principle, I don't disagree, but it's not good policy to blame someone else and say it's their fault that we were in this situation, because we know that's not true. We know that this is a national situation, and again, the whereas that we're talking about changing very much removes the partisan conversation out of here, and is very clear that that's not the intent. So yeah, I support the amendment, and I think this resolution is really problematic in the way that it's written. It was shared, well, I'll speak to the rest of the resolution when we get there.
Further discussion.
Mayor Drinsky.
Councilmember Drinsky.
I keep hearing that this is some sort of an attack. This is an action plan. That's what this is. And it's always referred to the new conservative council members. Yeah, we are the new conservative council members. And coming off the campaign trail, all we heard is that our constituents want action. They want action. So if you are saying that these are things that our staff are already doing and state legislatures are already doing, well, then it is failing. Our constituents want action. And yes, there are some things that are happening nationally. Every one of you that sits up here, you are responsible for the city of Aurora. I want to talk about the city of Aurora. What is going on nationally, let those city councils and let those state legislatures decide what's going to happen in those states and in those cities. But in the city of Aurora, our citizens, our constituents want action. They're demanding it. They're crying out for it. They are begging for it. This is action to address the homeless problem, to address the gang problem, to address the crime problem. They want action. We're going to give it to them.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I honestly agree with a lot of what you said, Councilmember Jurinski, but the issue is that just restating what we're already doing isn't really taking new action. It's just trying to take credit for what's already happening. So that's why I'm actually proposing 3 new sections to what actions we can take. I know these are things that we are not currently doing that we really ought to be if we're serious about public safety. Yeah, that's all I'll add for the time being.
Further discussion.
Mayor, last point.
Councilmember Zabala.
So look, these are things that we are working on in a sense, but let's be honest, before we got here, in terms of rebuilding and ensuring that we have a fully staffed, fully funded APD, that wasn't the priority of this council. That's a new priority, and it's going to continue to be a priority. When we talk about making sure that our crisis response team is not just a grant-funded program and is actually expanded, that's a new action that we're going to take to make sure, it absolutely is, and to make sure that we have a camping ban. That's a new action that's going to take place as a result of a vote tonight, and we will make sure that it's consistently enforced. People often say, well, what's the difference between your ban and what's happened in Denver? It'll be consistent enforcement, because the other new action that this resolution requires is for city management to give us an update on a regular monthly basis to the Public Safety Committee, again, so that we can make sure that we have an intentional focus all of the time. Public safety should not be something that we only talk about when crime spikes, and that's exactly what's happened. A number of the bills that the legislature have run to address crime are a result of polling numbers that show that they're about to fail in November because people are concerned about crime and mad about the offender-friendly legislation that they've passed over the past couple of years. When you say that we're blaming people, I want to know who's to blame for the 1,000 people who died of fentanyl in Colorado. Who's to blame? It's anybody who is unwilling to stand up and recognize that there are certain types of drugs that are so deadly and so dangerous that they should be illegal to possess. And fentanyl is one of them. And anybody who disagrees with that is wrong.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
Okay, so I guess we have to retread the "this is stuff we're not already doing" conversation. The crisis response team being funded beyond a grant funding level has been discussed by this council, and there have been plans to do that. We also created an additional non-police mental health response before you got on this council. We also did prioritize both a fully staffed and fully funded APD. APD took the smallest COVID cut out of any department. It was 1.6%, and it was restored as quickly as possible. In addition, the previous council approved and supported city management in adding additional training classes for APD academies to address and backfill the positions of folks that we were losing. So this is not something that hasn't been done before. APD has not been defunded, it's been fully funded. And the staffing is not due to a lack of effort, nor is it new for the Public Safety Committee to receive updates about the issues, about crime, and about the measures that are being taken. That's literally what that committee is there for. So I just want to be very clear that this is not new. The camping ban is new and ill-advised and going to cost us a lot of money and not likely to actually fix the problem. So that's new, but it's also not a good idea.
Further discussion, and we'll wrap this up. Seeing no further discussion, question before us is the adoption of the first Marcano amendment to the Zvonek resolution. Call for the question.
The motion does not pass with 4 yes votes, 6 no votes. The yes votes being Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo.
Councilmember Marcano, you're recognized for the second
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Marcano amendment.
Yep, so I'll move to approve the second amendment, so that's adding section 6 into the ordinance, and obviously the final renumbering will change as needed.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by?
Second, Murillo.
Seconded by Councilmember Murillo to move the second Marcano amendment. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. Again, there is ample evidence to show that stable housing is a foundational element in everyone's life, and folks with stable housing are much less likely to become criminal justice involved, obviously much less likely to become unhoused, and leads to a more stable and safer society overall. So when we're talking about public safety, we cannot ignore the importance that stable housing plays in that recipe.
Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the second Marcano amendment. Call for the question.
The motion does not pass with 4 yes votes, 6 no votes. The yes votes being with Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo.
Councilmember Marcano, you're recognized now for the third Marcano amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. So section 7, so I'll go ahead and move to approve section 7. I need a second.
Second.
Coombs.
Oh, Mayor, I think we skipped discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And
I'm sorry. The third Marcano amendment moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by, is it Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Okay, and then discussion?
All right, thank you, Mayor. So some of y'all might be aware that the state is currently working to fund universal pre-K, but the downside is that it's only, I think, about 10 hours a week. As I'm sure the parents in the room and who might be listening are aware of, there's a lot more time of the day that you're going to need help with when it comes to ensuring your youth are supervised and being educated. So part of the role that we can play here is to partner with the state and other providers in the city to ensure that we actually have a truly fully funded and non-means tested form of universal early childhood education in the city of Aurora. Again, this is a foundational element for long-term success for our youth today, so that, in 14 to 16 years, we're not dealing with this exact same problem of youth violence, because we have an entire generation of Aurorans that came up with early childhood education that have better prospects, better hopes for the future.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Sundberg.
I agree with the importance of that topic, but wouldn't it be better to have it on a separate resolution altogether and separate discussion completely?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
No, sir. I think that since we're talking about long-term, public safety, both immediate and long-term, I think this is the appropriate place to put it. And since, again, I'm not really opposing the other 5 points at this point, I'm wanting to add to what we're committing to do with our resources. I think it's important that when we're having this conversation about public safety, that we're not just looking at reactive elements, which is what the first 5 points are, which is what we have been doing by and large, and I would argue is why we're in this mess to begin with. I want us to be proactive. That's how you actually address this problem, and by nipping it in the bud, basically, by ensuring that we're not letting today's youth fall into these same problems, these same patterns, so that we end up in the same place with a different council 15, 20 years from now.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, and I'll kind of reiterate about that as well. I mean, I've been part of a cooperative it's called UBU, which retrofitted a bus to be able to do a classroom out of a school bus, to be able to travel to communities where we don't have ECE programs, especially in the communities of immigrants and refugees. We currently have a bus that does that currently in one of our Section 8 housings. And it has been very instrumental in getting that population engaged in the community and getting those young people educated. And I can see the benefit of that, and we're going to try to replicate that model moving forward. So again, I certainly see that, and as somebody whose wife is a teacher and teaches this, I can tell you it makes a difference.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the third Marcano amendment to the Zavonic resolution. Call for the question.
The motion does not pass with 4 yes votes, 6 no votes. The yes votes being Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo.
Councilmember McConnell, you now recognized for the fourth.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
McConnell amendment.
So Section 8, I will move to approve Section 8.
It's been moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. This one's pretty cut and dry, and I think is part of why we are seeing a lot of the trends that we have seen in, locally, but also nationally, over a very long span of time. Y'all, I don't have to tell you that one job is, sadly, most of the time not enough to support a family anymore. That's a policy decision from City Hall to the halls of Congress. That's something that we can actually work here locally to undo. This is one of the points that really stuck out to me when I was talking with some of our, excuse me, with some of our gang unit last week. Is that a lot of these kids, what we would consider latchkey kids, basically, they're the ones that are most at risk to falling in with antisocial behavior and sometimes even gangs. And the importance of having parents at home to, obviously parent, but to be positive role models, to provide support with school, and to help nurture a full child cannot be understated. So we need to ensure that we're able to, we're creating a local economy that our residents are actually able to succeed and thrive in, to raise whole families, and I would hope that we can actually at least get this one across the finish line with majority support. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Jorinsky.
I think that the first step to creating a thriving economy is to creating a safe environment in the city.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. It's a bit of a chicken and an egg comment there, but doing this will generate the desired outcome, which I think that we all at least ostensibly want to see. And again, there's ample evidence going back to making evidence-based policy decisions to justify that point. So,
further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the fourth Marcano Amendment to the Zavonic Resolution. Call for the question.
The motion does not pass with 4 yes votes, 6 no votes, the 4 yes votes being Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo.
Are there further amendments to the Zavonic resolution?
No, Mayor, not for me.
Seeing no further amendments, the question before us is the adoption of the Zavonic resolution. Call for the question.
Mayor, it is 5-5. Would you?
Mayor votes no. I'm sorry, wait. Mayor votes yes. Sorry about that. I stand corrected.
The
Mayor votes yes.
motion passes to approve Resolution 2022-70 with 6 yes votes, 5 no votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo, and Sundberg.
Okay, will the clerk now please read the title to item number 18A?
I need to correct mine.
Did you mean to vote yes, Councilmember?
Yes, I
Sundberg?
apologize.
Okay, we'll correct your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 16A?
Item 16A is public hearing and appeal of the January 12th, 2022 Planning Commission's approval of the East Bank Shopping Center residential site plan with adjustments.
Notes on that. Public hearing is now open to item number 16A. Let me defer to Dan Money first. Mr. Money.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a recap. You're here to decide whether or not the Planning Commission made an appropriate decision in the approval of this site plan. You can approve it, modify it, or deny the site plan. Also, this is a continuance of the public hearing. The public hearing may be deferred under the UDO for additional information, and that additional information would be new information, and the information, obviously, of the questions that were presented by council at the end of that meeting, and any council questions that still may come of the applicant. The final thing is you must, again, make your decision based off the site plan criteria in the UDO. That site plan criteria, in a nutshell, is that it must comply with the UDO, the comprehensive plan, any other regulations, any master plans, must be compatible with the surrounding areas and the infrastructure, must be compatible in use with their surrounding uses and how it's constructed and designed, and it must mitigate any adverse impacts on the surrounding areas to the degree practicable. Now, to the degree practicable means it can be done, and it can be done successfully. And so that's up to council to decide that. I believe there were also 2 proposed modifications to both parking layout and then the amount of parking available. That council should be reminded that that was discussed, and I believe that Carolyn White and her group, Marcus Bachner, and the applicant can talk about that and remind council that there are modifications to the parking structure there.
Presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Ariana Muka, presenting for staff again. Tonight, for your review is the application for a proposed building located in the East Bank Shopping Center, which entails an application for a site plan with 1 adjustment. The applicant, Kimco East Bank 689 Inc., and the location of the site is the northeast corner of Parker Road and Quincy Ave. The site is zoned MUC, mixed-use corridor, where multifamily is a permitted use as defined by the City of Aurora's Unified Development Ordinance. The site will host 311 apartments in 1 building with a combination of 3 and 4 stories. The site plan proposal includes one adjustment request for the maximum building length, and it also includes covered garage parking as well as site parking. The one adjustment from the UDO is requested as part of the site plan related to the maximum building length in subarea B. The adjustment request is from section 146-4.8.4.d.1.b, which states that the maximum building length of any multifamily building in subarea B is 200 feet. The UDO states that the building design standards aim to promote a pedestrian-friendly street edge and scale to the building. The applicant requests to exceed the maximum building length by approximately 410 feet to have a 610-foot building. As mitigation for this request, the applicant has proposed to break up the size of the building using a variety of architecture approaches to create the perception of different masses along the length of the building, with an emphasis on providing a pedestrian-friendly environment. Staff supports this adjustment as well as Planning and Zoning Commission. Throughout the review process, staff and the applicant work together on the building design to ensure the building has quality four-sided architecture. The parking garage, which is attached, adding to the building length, complies with the city parking garage design requirements by screening all parking, including architectural details consistent with the design of the multifamily. This building and the parking garage meet design standards for the projects within a mixed-use quarter zone district, relative to building form, materials, massing, ground floor articulation, and roof design. Finally, a public hearing on January 12th, 2022, the City of Aurora Planning Commission voted unanimously 6 approve, 0 against, to approve a phased site plan to construct a 311-unit multifamily, 4-story, 3-story combination apartment building and parking garage. This approval includes an adjustment to allow a longer building along Atchison Way. We're here today to see the City Council wish to uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's decision to approve the site plan. My presentation has concluded. I'm happy to take questions, or we can move on to the applicant presentation.
There will be questions later. Presentation by the applicant.
Mr. Mayor and council members, we're just finding our presentation and we'll get started. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's an honor to be back in front of you. I am here tonight on behalf of our team. You all know the project timeline. I'm just going to jump right in because I know you asked us to keep it very short tonight. This is the project timeline. As you just heard from Mariana, we were at Planning Commission 112. We started on Valentine's Day, our first hearing, and then continued on to tonight. Next slide, please. This is what we heard from all of you and the 5 things that we'd like to address. Continued neighborhood outreach, and then really focus on the small business outreach and support of the existing tenants. Next slide, please. We met with the neighborhood representatives immediately after the hearing, a few days after, and these were 3 items that they asked us to focus on. As you see here in the next slide, maintain the retail presence at the ground level of a new building. We actually conducted an analysis of additional retail, and then met with the existing tenants, and those restaurants asked us not to add new retail space. It would only compete with them and destabilize their business, so we decided not to move forward. They also suggested widening the south exit out of the shopping center. We actually had Aurora Public Works monitored that intersection. They did not support that, and that turn lane is on Furniture Row property, so we can't really change that property. Lastly, there was still the concern about overall impact. So we have created a $25,000 fund acknowledging that this would be built. We are 2 or 3 years away, that the HOA, can spend on any of these improvements to minimize any of the concerns they had about their HOA green space. Next slide, and I'll continue continue to go very quickly. I just want to show you the existing retail center, just so we all have it in front of us. There was a lot of questions about retail. You see the Mnet Organics, where Pet Palace is at currently, and then the Second Chance Bikes. I'm going to focus on those three. Next slide, please. We did full rounds on the 10th and 22nd of every remaining tenant and worked with all of them to answer any remaining questions that they had. Next slide, please. This is just the highlights of that outreach. Zap Laser Center, which is one of the tenants, they have asked for a 5-year extension, and we have started drafting an early extension for their site. Next one, probably as importantly, this is one of the businesses that will be relocated with the new building. They want to move to a different center. We have toured that center. It's a Kimco-owned center. They want to be a grocery anchor and fitness center anchored. So we've actually looked at the space, and we are writing them a new lease for a new location. So one of the businesses that has to move of the two, we are actually writing a new lease for them in a new center. Next, the other building that we've talked a lot about is Casa Vallarta. I want to really focus on this. This is a remarkable, valuable tenant. They are incredible small business. We have met with them. The results of this outreach are as follow. They have 6 years remaining on their lease right now. After we went through them, we talked about the site plan. We had discussion of the parking options. They have now asked for a 5-year lease, and in the last lease extension, and now in the last 45 days, we are now working on a renewal term sheet that will keep them here for those 6 years plus 5 for another 11 years. Next site. This is probably the thing that's kind of turned into a labor of love for me. Second Chance is a remarkable community asset. They're not just a tenant. They are part of the community. They do have to relocate because this is the only location where Pet Palace can relocate to. That's the right size. So here's what we have worked out with Mr. Ernie Clark, who's a remarkable man. We are working to pay off all of his outstanding bills that are owed to the center. That's a water bill. We are going to continue to allow him to use that space that he is in and in a space 2 over until the end of October. And we are also giving him $20,000 for tenant relocation expenses. He and I have agreed that we will work to pay that. Some of that may very well be for moving expenses because that's a great challenge. All of you have been in there and seen the operation. We will work on a moving truck and actually moving him to a new location. Your retail specialist, Aurora, has been remarkable. He is working with us. We are looking at other sites to find him a location, and I am personally working with other corporations to support this remarkable thing. We have 2 asks to large corporations that are very interested in supporting this move. I'm going quick. Next slide. Probably most importantly, Pet Palace. I just want to share with you, as you all were going to amendments in the last resolution, we are ecstatic to share with you that Pet Palace has signed their lease for a 10-year extension. That has happened in the last 15 to 20 minutes whenever that conversation started. We have all been going back and forth. So we are getting that document, and then we will go through it and send it back to all parties. But we are ecstatic to say they have 1 year left on their current lease, as you see there, March 31st, 2023. This is a 10-year extension. If you go to the next slide, what this does, it delivers them an extension of 10 years at a new location, a turnkey delivery, and they, just like Casa Vallarta, will be at this center for another 11 years, which is pretty remarkable in this retail environment. Next slide. I think this is the last one I just want to mention. There was some specific talk about parking. This is really about the deli and Casa Vallarta, that north retail. We have worked to find 10 additional shared parking spaces. You see that in kind of the light yellow color that is closest to them. We are also adding 40 more shared parking spots there in the kind of southwest corner. What is important about that, when we met with the gentleman from Casa Vallarta and others, is there's a lot of employees that are parking in that north retail field. We are going to work with them to park in that shared parking with 40 spaces. We think we have addressed it. I would just say also respectfully, these changes, if we're approved tonight, are probably 3 years away before our building would open up with residents. We will continue to work with each and every tenant as we go through this process. So council members, that's probably all the time we have. I am happy to answer any questions and go through any detail. I didn't even let Carolyn come to the mic, but we'd be happy to go through the approval criteria, but we'll respect your time. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
There will be an opportunity for questions by council in a little bit. Next, we'll go to the appellant. It's 5 minutes for a presentation.
Thank you, City Council members and the mayor. My name is Bill Van Sickle. I'm a representative from Pierpoint and the surrounding communities. Our attitudes toward this project. Initially, we had a community meeting, and the consensus was we were totally against the project. However, given time, a majority of us have realized that something does need to happen. Mr. Mayor, you brought up in the last meeting that that part of this center is in a bad area, or it needs to be redone, and we agree with that. And we also agree that apartment complex is probably a portion of that redevelopment. However, we'd like to present a couple of suggestions that would make the project more community-friendly and would also make the project be able to draw from the 89,000 cars that pass through or pass by East Bank every day. This apartment complex, as is not doing anything for the surrounding community, and it is not going to attract anybody that's driving by East Bank. I'm behind on my slides. I had a recent meeting with Marcus and Jeff Wickstrom from Evergreen at their request. They indicated to me that if the adjustment is denied, they are in no way going to build two buildings, two or more buildings, that one apartment complex is their only option. Therefore, I shared a couple of requests with them that would allow them to keep one building without having to break it up. First of all, I requested that if they take, and I think that Marcus alluded to this, if they would take a portion of the first floor on the south end of the project and leave that space available for a restaurant and two or three service-oriented retail. We're not suggesting retail that's going to compete with the existing retail. By the way, I've done my homework, and I can be happy to share with you the information that I've received, but the one area of retail that is actually growing is service-oriented retail. What I mean by that is something like an eye clinic, a massage parlor, a day spa. Those are the types of businesses that would actually draw people to the center and would be to the advantage of other retailers in that center. Certainly when we talk about a restaurant, I'm not talking about something that's going to compete against Casa Vallarta. Casa Vallarta has been one of our favorites for a number of years. But if you look at all the other types of restaurants in this city, or that could be in this city, there's room for more than one restaurant in this complex. In addition to what it would benefit the community, it would benefit the people that are renting those apartments. Now, in my meeting with Marcus and Jeff, it came up that this potentially would require a new site plan. In talking with Ariana, I've been told, no, it would not require a new site plan. Obviously, they would have to make some changes in their development, and it would require perhaps some additional permits because of the restaurant, but it would not require a new site plan. The second change that I ran by them is a different easement. And the easement would go from Atchison to Parker Road. Now, I've run this by the traffic department, and they've indicated to me they like this as an opportunity to improve the easement into East Bank and out to Parker Road. Mr. Mayor, you and I talked quite a while ago about the ingress and egress problems Pierpoint. And you asked me, you said, what's the difference between entering Parker Road from East Bank versus entering Parker Road from Atchison Way? And my answer to you was 10 to 15 miles an hour. Cars are going 10 to 15 miles an hour faster by the time they reach Atchison Way versus where they would pass by East Bank at this location. And I know a number of people in our community that will not go out during rush hour, will not attempt to access Parker Road on Atchison Way. It's just too dangerous. You know, again, 89,000 cars pass by this every day. And during rush hour traffic, entering Parker Road from this can be very dangerous. One, even if the inside lane is available for you to turn out, there's always some yahoo in that middle lane that moves into the inside lane thinking he's going to pick up 3 car lengths. And that's a lot of times where the accidents occur, is when it appears to be clear for us to enter Parker Road from Atchison. And then all of a sudden, somebody is in the lane that we're trying to pull into. And I could show you picture after picture after picture of accidents, but we don't have the time to do that. Now, this picture here actually came from Evergreen. This is one of the presentations they gave us to show some of the properties that they've developed. If you notice, you have a street with apartments on top of it. There's no reason why perhaps their parking garage could go on top of this. You know, this is a request that we'd like to make. Now, we realize that this request probably would require a new site plan. So, what I'm requesting of the council is if there is a way that you can approve the site plan and require them to leave space for a restaurant and service-oriented businesses. If there's a way you can do that while approving the site plan, we would request that. Our second request, we realize, would require denied site plan, or it would require that the adjustment to go from 200 feet to 610 feet be denied. You know, I guess if you said, what would you really like to see? What I'd like to see is representatives from the city, from the developer, and the community to sit down and see what we can do with this. We realize that this is blighted. There's no question that those 2 vacant retail spaces are blighted. We need to do something there. But the proposal or the site plan that they have proposed, as is, we feel that there can be changes to it that would be more beneficial not only to the community, but to people that are driving by every day, driving by East Bank. So with that, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Katie, is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard?
Yes, we have Tasha Wells.
Hello, I'm Tasha with Pet Palace. Share my business partners up there. We have owned Pet Palace for 29 years. We want to take this time again to thank our neighbors. Most of them are listening probably tonight. City Council, our customers, and our brokers, and everyone that has helped protect our small business. It is true, as of 7:15 tonight, we have signed a lease to stay in the East Bank Shopping Center with Kimco. We want to thank again everybody for helping us out and supporting us. And we want to remind everyone to shop local. Thank you.
Dina McClung.
I think I have to remind the council, as I remind the audience, about demonstrations. Are there questions from council members of staff, of the applicant,
Mayor,
or the appellant?
we have more public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dina McClung is on her way down right now.
Easier to get this, easier than said to get this to your mouth. I guess I can do this. Hello, members of the council. Pleasure to be in front of you again this evening. I was unaware that Pet Palace had signed their new lease with Kimco, but yet I still have a few things to say about this whole situation. I'm not sure they're happy about this situation, but I'm going to go ahead and speak to it anyway. For one thing, it's been my understanding that part of this whole thing with the redevelopment of the East Bank Shopping Center, which I agree is needed, it's a blighted area, that it's been touted as a transit-oriented district, but you know, in the 26 years I've lived here, I've yet to see a bus stop there. I don't know how it qualifies as a transit-oriented district, and it's a far hoof from 9 Mile Park and Ride. So I don't know how you can qualify it as a transit-oriented district. So if you're planning on having people who live there have limited parking spaces, I don't know how you're going to pull that off. I have seen this at the new Iliff Park and Ride, and there's a lot of cars that park on the other side of the street over there where the restaurants are at night. There are lots of other places in Aurora that are near the line and the RTD line, and those streets are clogged. I have friends who live in apartments along those areas, and they are lucky if they can find a place to park at night and not come out and find a bumper bashed in the morning because somebody was trying to squeeze in. This transit-oriented district stuff is baloney. When you're creating a place like this, you need to make sure that these people have plenty of places to park. This 1.5 spaces or whatever it is per unit is baloney, especially when you have people who are trying to make ends meet and they have 2 or 2.5 families bunked up together in one apartment. So disabuse yourself of that idea, please. Another thing about that is the traffic. The traffic is already really, really bad in this area. There's no room to expand on Quincy or Smoky Hill, and there's a heck of a lot of traffic. Those 3 lanes that go southbound on Parker Road, turn left onto Quincy, and then 1 or 2 that turn on to Smoky Hill, man, that's like a NASCAR start. When those lights turn green, oh my gosh, watch out.
Ma'am, you're
I
coming
think
up
really,
to your 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. All right, I've had my say. Thank you.
That's the last individual.
Very well. Are there questions from council members of staff, of the applicant, or of the appellant?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
It was Bergen, but.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. This would be for, well, it could be for the, for staff in terms of, again, just reiterating, are we voting on the variance tonight of the building length?
Council member, you're voting on the site plan, and with that site plan is the adjustment. So it's wrapped into one. It's the approval of the site plan.
Okay, so but the planning commission approved it?
Yes, unanimously.
Okay, and then I have a question for the applicant. And my question is on parking, because I think I just heard a comment about the parking spaces not being sufficient. I thought you had exceeded the code and just mention you're adding parking spaces. Can I get clarification, please?
Mayor,
Please proceed.
Councilmember Carolyn White on behalf of the applicant. That's right, we are exceeding the code, and I'll quote you the exact numbers just to reiterate for the record. The code requires 1 space per dwelling unit plus an additional 1 space per every 5 dwelling units for guest parking. Our totals, and I'm reading from the table that was part of the application and also part of last week's, February 14th presentation. The total number that we are providing is 433. The total number that would be required is 374. And then I just might mention, as was mentioned at the beginning of the staff presentation by the Deputy City Attorney, that at the last hearing, it was also proposed that the applicant would add an additional 30 or so parking spaces to the parking structure, and we are still proposing to do that. So if you are inclined to move forward, you probably want to make the motion as amended to accommodate those additional 30 spaces that are being provided in response to the feedback that was received on February 14th. Are you going to talk about the classifier? Okay. And then also on the 14th, we showed you a reconfigured surface parking diagram that was also shown tonight that shows how there would be additional shared parking spaces in front of Casa Vallarta, and that also would be part of the site plan and presumably part of your motion if you proceed.
Okay, so total, the 433 plus the 30 plus the shared.
Yeah, Councilwoman, the only thing I would add to that, those are the numbers from the chart on just the residential parking. On the retail parking, we are 155 spots over code. So combined, we are over 200 parking spots over code for both the residential and retail combined.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further questions of staff, the applicant, or the appellant?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. And I want to thank both the appellant and the community members for their presentations tonight. I wanted to actually inquire about one of the potential, changes that the community brought up, and that was that elevated portion of the, basically adjusting the site plan so that the residential portion is elevated to allow for that street to basically connect through the shopping center. So this is both a question for staff and the appellant. What impact, if staff, would that have in terms of traffic flow in that area? As the community member mentioned, this is something that they've discussed with you, so I'd like to know a little more about that. And then to the appellant, is that something, I know that's late in the game, you've got your site, I know, I've worked in the industry, I know how big of a change this would be this late in the game. But I just feel the need to ask, is that something that would be feasible? I know that's a huge design change. How many units would you lose? Does your pro forma still work? So I'd like to hear from staff first and then the appellant, if we could.
Hi, Councilmember Marcano. I can answer that on the staff side. This is Carly Campuzano. I'm the traffic manager in the Public Works Department. And from staff's perspective on traffic, as far as aligning the roadway so that it lines up with McDonald's, I think that is something that we could support from the staff's perspective. There really isn't a significant amount of traffic that would come from that roadway, so it wouldn't require any analysis to be updated. And we did hear, I think after the first round of comments from the community, that community members actually do utilize that direction to get through the shopping center to avoid having to turn at Parker and Atchison, which we didn't realize previously. So I think from staff's perspective, either design could work, and I don't think there would be additional traffic study related requirements, if that answers your question.
Follow-up, if I may?
Sure.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I guess with that proposal, would that include the city taking basically ownership of that right-of-way and no longer being private property, or would that just basically be aligning that private drive so that it effectively acts as a street, but it's still considered part of a parking lot for that commercial center?
So the roadway is already private, so it would still remain private, is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then to the applicant in terms of that, again, I understand it's a major design change, but I still want to hear from you all, so.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilman. Again, Marcus Pochner for the applicant. Here, and I never want to disagree with city staff, but here's the primary objection on a traffic standpoint, and then I'll talk about building design. The first thing on a traffic viewpoint is, as you saw from Mr. Van Sickle, that diagram, it's actually a direct connection right through the site. And what that does in a retail center is it actually divides it in half, and we would effectively have a roadway through our center. So it destroys the pedestrian feel of any walkability. You would literally have one side of the shopping center and the other. I think that's the very most dangerous thing that we could do. That traffic coming, as we're proposing, off of Atchison and actually having to make a little jog and then come out actually allows us to protect that pedestrian nature, allows the tenants to flourish, and so we're not divided. So I don't disagree at all with Carly that the traffic would flow. I think unfortunately would actually flow too well through a retail center, and that's not what that center should do. Secondly, I would just say from a design standpoint, the challenge of that image, and you can do that in others, is actually, sir, as you saw, that's actually right in the middle of our parking garage. So what that does is it shifts our entire parking garage to the south. I get turned around there, and it likely would be an unwrapped parking garage, right? Because you'd have two different buildings. That is not what the neighborhood wants. They wanted four-sided architecture. They want to have a great environment and walkability. An unwrapped parking garage that you would do in two different buildings is not a good result. So I understand the inclination of that, but I think it would completely change our site plan. It would really change our parking ratio very, very dramatically, and I think unfortunately leads to very bad kind of unintended consequences for the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion, further questions of staff,
Mayor.
the applicant or the appellant? Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions to ask the applicant. Well, I'm happy that, that some businesses have gotten their leases, which is great. I guess what I wanted to ask is the businesses which are mostly service-oriented businesses, La Via Nails, S&S, there's a dry cleaner. What are going to happen to those businesses? Have they been offered? How is that? Have they been given an opportunity to possibly stay? And then what is going to look like for the parking if those businesses stay for the clients who actually service those businesses? So I'm just concerned. I know we've been focusing on certain businesses, but there's other businesses in and around that people go to, including myself, that I am concerned about because they've been part of the community for a very, very long time. So,
yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Lawson. I appreciate the question very much. Just to address it, and I know we don't have our slide up, but when we showed you the overall viewpoint of the center, I just want to say to folks, and actually to the earlier neighborhood suggestion about more retail or more restaurants, excuse me, there are 5 sites that remain vacant that will be there after the center, the residential center is built. So there are other opportunities to add other restaurants and other service-oriented businesses. So one, we want to attract those. What we were responding to is adding more retail right on the ground floor of our building. So Councilwoman, specifically to what you just asked, those are incredibly valued tenant. There's no more valued than one or the other. They all have existing leases, which you certainly understand, and they all run for a period of years. So we will gladly talk with them and try to extend those leases. Councilwoman, we would concur with the comment the gentleman made. Service-oriented businesses that's what's growing, right? We're seeing that. So Councilwoman, we would go through that analysis, hope to expand that. We just focused on a couple of them that specifically had asked for that request. I would point out one of my slides was on Zap Laser Center, a service-oriented. They requested a 5-year lease during the last 45 days, and we've started drafting that extension as an example. The second thing, your second part on parking specifically, the square footage, as you know, parking is based on the square footage of the existing retail buildings. So all of those folks are already parked, if you will, right, for the North Retail, the existing businesses. No matter what happens, again, that square footage is going to stay the same, so there will always be parking for those businesses. The city is great. They regulate the retail side and the residential side, and again, we are over parking both of those because we think that's the right thing to do for the neighborhood as well.
Further questions of staff, the applicant, or the appellant?
Mayor.
Councilmember Crooms.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus, for answering all of our questions and for addressing a number of the concerns that have come up. I guess one of the questions I have is with the idea of putting that roadway, aligning it with the current kind of roadway. It seems like having the apartment building already breaks up the retail center. So does a road break it up more than having an entire apartment building in the middle of the retail center? And then the other statement you made was about having an unwrapped parking garage. I believe that the conversation so far has been, and I think we can all recognize, that what's street facing right now on the neighborhood side is, in fact, I think much more unattractive than even an unwrapped parking garage. And so to me, it seems like if what is preferred, and this would be a question for the appellant, would they still want that aligned road if it meant an unwrapped parking garage, given that the rest of the building would still be, having architecture on the street, on the neighborhood side? So if you can comment on that, and if we can get also a neighborhood response of if that would be an acceptable outcome to them, to have an unwrapped parking garage in order to get that aligned road.
So Councilwoman Coombs, I will just follow up, and I certainly understand the thought, and I am not a planner. I want to be very clear about that. I would just say that I think what we're trying to show here and what the apartments do different than another building is the apartments are going to create people that are going to walk to these businesses and continue to support them in addition to the neighbors around them. So we think having that roadway to the south of that apartment building actually creates that entire pedestrian zone. I know this is anecdotal, but when I met with New York Deli a week or two ago, they were ecstatic that the neighborhood traffic would no longer come right by their storefront and go beside them, and that actually would be parking and pedestrian. It just gives you an idea of that scale. I do want to say about the parking garage, unwrapped or not, I don't know if code even allows an unwrapped, but what I'm saying is it will create two different buildings. It will completely change our site plan. It is a different site, and I want to be clear because it was language that was said. There is no existing easement today. And it was said, put an easement through. It's a shopping center that is owned by our client, and we agree we need to let the neighborhood traffic through because it has to, and we're willing to do that. But that easement language, we're not changing an easement. We're allowing that traffic to go through as we should. So, Councilwoman, I don't know if I'm answering all that as fully, but it is a completely different site plan. It would be start over, and we think that this is actually a better site plan for the neighbors and the businesses alike.
Further question?
That does answer the question.
Further questions of staff, the applicant, or the appellant?
As the appellant, I would like to address this. One, the parking garage can go over that throughway that we're talking about. We're not talking about splitting up the parking garage. I mean, that slide showed apartments over that, but there's no reason that the parking garage could not be over that. Now, why is that a better way? First of all, let me address the easement issue. We have been using our current entrance into East Bank as a way of getting out to the stoplight at Quincy because it really is, it's very, very, very dangerous to access or to enter Quincy from Atchison Way, okay? So we've been using our entrance into the shopping center to get to that stoplight. Now, we've been told, and we've been told by an individual that teaches real estate and development on a graduate level at the University of Denver, that we do have an easement by prescription because we've been using it for over 30 years. Okay, so by the developer saying we're doing the neighborhood a favor by adding that easement, no, you're not doing us a favor. You're doing something that you had to do. Okay? The advantage of us coming directly from Atchison Way to the exit at McDonald's or more and more people from our community are using that entrance to Parker Road already. And that will continue to grow as traffic continues to grow on Parker Road. And there's no question that traffic on Parker Road will continue to grow. Let's face it, Douglas County never met a residential building permit they didn't want to issue. Or, excuse me, not parking permit, a building permit that they didn't want to issue. And there's no question that there's going to be continued development along Parker Road, all the way down to Franktown and probably even further down. People use Parker Road to get to 225. Okay, so more and more of us are entering Parker Road via that McDonald's entrance. And the easement that I suggested gives us a straight shot without having to make any turns, without having to interfere with any other traffic coming out of the center. I mean, if you're going to add 311 apartments, let's just assume that's 500 cars, plus all of the people from Pierpoint that are using East Bank to exit or enter Atchison, or excuse me, to enter Parker Road and to enter Quincy. I mean, you're already going to have a traffic issue within the center. And the traffic studies that were done, and this is what I've heard from Carly, did not project what the traffic would be like after this apartment building was built. So again, we'd love to work with the developer. But the developers come to us with an existing site plan, and they've listened to our concerns, but they had a site plan and they weren't about to change it. The only way to get them to work with us is to deny the site plan. And again, we want to work with the developer. We understand this needs to be economically feasible for the developer. We're not asking the developer to do something and lose money. Anyway, thank you. If you have additional questions, I will remain here.
Further questions?
Mayor,
Councilmember Jurenski.
I'm not sure that I have any questions, but I would like to make a statement about this. 6 weeks ago, when this came to us, Councilmember Sundberg and I were pretty harsh critics of this project, but specifically Kimco. And I would like to say that a couple of things. With the presentation tonight, I appreciate Kimco's efforts to make small businesses in Aurora a priority. I think nothing is more near and dear to Councilmember Sundberg's hearts, than that, personally. So I first want to say that I appreciate Kimco and the efforts that have been made. I am very happy to hear about the $25,000 that will be designated. Now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I was told it will go to the HOA, but as I understand it, there are multiple HOAs. So I hope that is given some thought in how that will be divvied up. And they can, the multiple HOAs, can do with that what they will, should this pass. I agree. The worst thing that we could do is do nothing. This shopping center, I've been in Aurora my whole life. I know this shopping center very well. And the worst thing that we could do is do nothing. I do realize that this is privately owned land. And they have a right to, build what they want and do what they want with it. I think a lot of thought and planning has gone into this. I think that the neighborhood has put up a heck of a fight, and I appreciate that. I myself put up a fight from time to time, so I absolutely appreciate that, and I think that that has already cost the developer probably quite a bit of money than they anticipated in spending on this on the first place. I hope that long-term, I understand that Evergreen will be the ones managing this. I hope that the neighborhood is always at the forefront of concern, whether it be noise concerns, parking, things like that. I do appreciate you guys coming back also with additional parking spaces. I really appreciate that. And of course, if there's always room, to squeeze one or two more, I hope that that thought is given. Ultimately, it is a tough, I don't personally live in this neighborhood, but I think a great deal of thought and consideration has been given to the city of Aurora, to the businesses of Aurora, and to this neighborhood. And I hope that it continues. And ultimately, I just want to go on the record thanking Kimco for their efforts to make small business a priority in Aurora.
Okay. That should have occurred during the discussion phase after the public hearing is closed. And so I think the question, are there questions of staff, the applicant, or the appellant? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Jurenski.
I motion to move this forward.
I'm sorry, moved by Councilmember Jurenski?
Yes.
Seconded by?
Zavonic.
Seconded by Councilmember Zavonic. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Zavonic.
Oh, that was me. Mark.
I'm sorry, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I actually kind of want to echo Councilmember Durinsky's comments there. I think after the very tense meeting that we had, 6 weeks ago, I was really surprised to see the amount of work you put in. I thought you put together a great presentation. The site might not be, let's say, perfect. It's a very challenging site, as is anyway, just due to the age of the infrastructure and kind of the overall city planning philosophy that was in vogue at the time. I understand what you're trying to do with this site. We do definitely need more housing in the city of Aurora. I'm excited to see small businesses be preserved. And frankly, I would like to actually, if there's interest, work with my colleagues to actually amend our UDO so that future developments like this are preserving small businesses and existing residents first and foremost, while allowing the city to grow in a sustainable and equitable fashion. So maybe that's a policy initiative that we can actually work on. But yeah, I just want to, again, thank you all for the work you put into this. I also want to thank the neighbors for their strong testimony and for their engagement. We need more engagement from the public in City Matters. Everything that happens in this building impacts your lives on a daily basis. So I appreciate your advocacy as well.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So first of all, I do want to thank Kimco and Evergreen. I think you all have been very responsive, made a lot of changes, and been thoughtful in what those changes look like. And so I appreciate those efforts on your part to listen to the community, to support and preserve small businesses. However, I do just think that there are some issues with this site that can't be fixed. And they're going to be worsened as the city implements the Parker Quincy Smoky Hill plan, because traffic is going to be moving even more quickly along Quincy than it already is, which is great for the people in traffic, not so great for the people blocked into their neighborhoods by that faster moving traffic, and will be worsened even yet more when the later intended changes to the traffic pattern in this area occur, which will include a grade-separated crossing of Parker and Quincy, which is necessary, again, for traffic reasons, for overall traffic reasons, but very bad, I think, for the neighborhoods in terms of their access. And the neighborhoods that I'm really concerned about are the Pier Point neighborhoods along Atchison Way to the north of Quincy, as well as the Cherry Creek Racquet Club to the south of Quincy, who really don't have safe access. And in the case of Cherry Creek Racquet Club, have one way to get in and out of their neighborhood. And the faster traffic is moving, the more traffic is moving through there, the more dangerous and difficult it becomes for them. And so I just think that this site is untenable. because of that, because the way that it was designed back when it was originally designed with these roads, did not anticipate Quincy being 6 lanes and Parker being 6 lanes. And so it's really just not safe for this neighborhood. And so for that for these neighborhoods. And so for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support. But I do think that in general, we need to be looking at how we can implement this type of residential anchor in waning and blighted strip centers. And so I do think in that sense, this is a good example of how to do that. I think the architectural design is great, and the attempts to make it pedestrian friendly and give community access is all admirable. So thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, I want to thank Kimco and the applicant, too, for making the adjustments that they did. I still feel like some of the questions that I got on the businesses that I was referring to, you know, you might have did some work on it, and maybe you are after. For those reasons, I mean, 300 apartments, I just see this site as just prime real estate. It's across from the park. It could be so much more. Just with a compromise of maybe lower residential numbers, and then some other type of market type things that were the whole community, not only just Pure Point, but just in and around the area. I just see the traffic's going to be an issue. I just don't really think a lot of the small businesses that I'm referring to, they're going to be out. And that's saddening for me and a lot of other people that I know, my neighbors. And I just think for me, this could just be such just a different project in general. So I won't be supporting this. I can't support this just because of just everything. I don't think it's really been, I know you talked to the neighbors, but I just really think that there could be some compromise with this. And just these 300 apartments, and I understand you guys have saved a lot of these other businesses, but there are some other businesses there that have been there for a very long time. And I just really think they're going to have to go, and they're not going to be giving lease agreements. And I don't think that preservation part is going to happen. So for that, I can't wait to see how it looks, but I will not be supporting this project.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And I also want to thank both the appellant and the applicant. You know, this has been a blighted retail strip for a long time, for years and years. And as much as we probably would like to see, you know, some more retail, some more exciting things, I know the market is really very tight right now. I talked to some of the retailers down in my area, or some of the developers, I should say, in terms of bringing more retail. And it's just, a lot of things have gone to online, and there's obviously a lot of competition. So when they're making their decisions, it's not always necessarily what the city wants. It's, you know, it's what the market demands and that they can support. So I just want to say thank you for supporting the businesses. I'm glad that you did reach a lease agreement with Pet Palace, that you are supporting the Second Chance with the $25,000, as well as I heard you're giving a grant to the HOA as well. We do need housing, and I do hear what the residents are saying about traffic. I think that is a valid concern, and I know we have some challenges in terms of that particular intersection in providing a safe passage for everybody. I hope that the best is going to happen in terms of that traffic flow. I know a signal can't happen. And so anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone. I know this has been a really long process, and appreciate everyone's efforts.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of want to echo what several of my colleagues have said. First, thanks to the residents. I think, in the 2.5, 3 years that I've been on council, this is one of the most engaged neighborhoods that I've seen, and I think that's great. I really appreciate that. As far as the applicant goes, First, I want to say thank you, because I think you all have been exposed to questions that really aren't fair. At the end of the day, this is a request for a site plan, a longer length than what's allowed in our UDO, which we have approved, I believe, 7 to 8 other times just in the last year in our city. But at the end of the day, the tenants that you have in your shopping center are your business, and they're not the business of the city council, or they shouldn't be. Some people up here are trying to make them that. Last time, when we talked about this last time, against my better judgment, I voted in favor to delay this item. And, I just want to recognize that you all did exactly what you said you were going to do. You went out and you made arrangements, lease agreements with these businesses, even though you didn't have to, even though it's none of our business. You went above and beyond to take care of Second Chance Bike Shop, and I really appreciate that. So, I'm really excited to see what happens in this shopping center. Casa Vallarta is where I had my election night party. I eat there all the time with family. I've been going to Mike's for years. I bought furniture from Furniture Row. So it's, and having been in Aurora my whole life, I'm really excited to see what's happening here, and, just really appreciate the work that the Kimco and the developers have done on this. And so I will be supporting this item.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Jurenski.
Sure. Another thing I would like to say, I'm not sure the last comment that was made. I do agree that maybe, this certain questions were asked that maybe wouldn't have been before, but I have to say that if they hadn't been asked, one big thing I would like to bring up, I didn't know 6 weeks ago that Second Chance Bicycle, this entire time of being a tenant in this shopping center, has paid $0 in rent. Knowing that now has really renewed my faith in another business, which is Kimco. And, possibly, them coming forward with another project in the future. I am happy, and for some of us, small business is our business, so to say that it's not our business, I disagree, but I'm glad that we have come to the same conclusion to support this project.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
I won't belabor this. I feel like a lot of the similar comments that I have been said, but I do just want to acknowledge that, on my time on council, we haven't always gotten what I would consider a positive response when we are working with developers. And, some of that is based on just who is on council and, how much they're willing to push one thing or another. But just the changes that I've seen since the last meeting are huge. And I think that's a big step for, just community and what can be done when we're talking about what's in Aurora's best interests. I'm really excited to see the considerations for the some of the businesses that are there and additional parking and the other requirement, or rather concerns that were expressed at the last meeting. I'm glad that that's what you focus this time on. Too bad we didn't have a chance to, explore the driveway, and then I thought that was a cool thing. But either way, I'm glad to see the progress that's made. In my experience, again, that this is a good example, not perfect, I'll admit that, but there have been a lot less perfect examples that have gotten approved with very little from concessions in terms of supporting community needs and supporting our growth, growth as a city. So I think this is a positive. I'm pleasantly surprised to see some of the developments here. So, and I think that's a rare comment for me. I don't always agree with, the perspective of a lot of our developers. So just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 16A. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes to uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the site plan with 9 yes votes, 2 no votes from Councilmember Lawson and Councilmember Coombs.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 14A?
Item 14A is introduction of ordinance 2022-16, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Article 2, Section 130 of the City Code exempting diapers from sales and use tax.
Motion? I'm sorry, presentation, Councilmember Gardner, would you like to speak on this?
I would. Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to give a brief description and background on this ordinance. It was presented in study session about a month ago, but last year, myself and Councilmember Hilt sponsored an ordinance to exempt menstrual products from sales tax collection in our city. At the time when that ordinance was passed, it was passed unanimously by that council at the time. This is somewhat of a companion ordinance and would exempt diapers from sales tax collection in the city of Aurora. For reference purposes, the amount of revenue into the city is about $575,000. Since that presentation about a month ago, there has been a significant, what I would consider a significant development in the state legislature. A bill exempting both menstrual products and diapers from sales tax collection has passed the House. And it's going to the Senate next, where it will pass. In the House, of the 23 Republicans, 10 voted yes, 13 voted no. So about half Republicans did vote yes on that, and then all Democrats voted yes to support it as well. So it was passed with bipartisan support. And this is really about helping working families in our community, but not only families with young kids. If you'll read the definition of diapers in the ordinance, this would also apply to incontinence products. And so it really does have, it really will help families with young and old, and which I think is really important to point out. It's not just targeting families with babies. This ordinance, I think it's important because we've heard stories of kids who have to go to school with plastic bags taped to them because their family can't afford diapers, and this is one way to make it more affordable. Is it a huge amount of money? No, but it could be the difference in dinner for a family for one night or something like that. And so I think it's really important. And at the end of the day, it's a tax cut. It's a tax cut not only for working families with young kids, but it's also a tax cut for older Aurora residents who might use incontinence products. And so I think it's a very important way to signal to the community that we recognize that costs are increasing, and this is one way, at least a small way, to reduce the tax burden on them in our community. And with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make.
Motion first.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
motion to approve item 14A.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Marcano.
Coombs.
Councilmember Marcano. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Zavani.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Substitute motion is in order.
Okay, so my substitute motion would be replacing this ordinance with a resolution that would direct the city manager to identify nonprofits in the city that provide free diapers to low-income families, and to direct that $50,000 a year for the next 2 years out of the ARPA funds that we've already allocated to go to nonprofits would go to these organizations. I'll get into the discussion as to why, but that's my motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Zavonic.
Second.
Substitute motion, seconded by
Bergen?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Discussion on the Zavonic substitute motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
You know, first of all, I just want to say it's really disappointing. This council, we used to give our colleagues a heads up when they were bringing forward items that were in direct opposition to what one of our other colleagues was doing. And, this has happened several times with Councilmember Zavonic, and it's really frustrating. It's very unprofessional to not give your colleague a heads up that you're going to do something like this. But second of all, why do we need to have more government involvement? I am a small government person, and I think we need to reduce taxes, reduce the burden on families in our city, and this is a way to do that and not be involved and let them decide the best way to spend the money. Instead, what I'm hearing is we're proposing spending $100,000 of government taxpayer money on programs instead of just letting our residents decide what the best way to spend their money is. This is
certainly not a friendly amendment, and I would certainly hope my colleagues would vote no, just out of the very fact that Councilmember Zvonik didn't have the courtesy to give me a heads up.
Mayor,
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonik.
So to the courtesy thing, we actually had a conversation just a couple days ago about this and whether or not I would support it, and I said that I would much rather see an amendment like the one I'm presenting tonight. So that's in fact not true. But the reason I'm offering this is that I agree that we need to address this problem. I think that the inflation and the inflationary or hidden tax that we're going to see continue is going to outpace the tax cut that you're proposing. I actually applaud your efforts to reduce the tax burden on residents, and I've seen you do it over the last couple of years. And I would be willing to work with you on a broad-based tax cut that would actually impact and have a broader-based impact on our residents. This, to me, is we're really playing politics with our tax code, which we shouldn't be doing. And the example of the young kid who has to go to school wearing a grocery bag is not going to be impacted by this. What I'm proposing would, in fact, address their issue because it would pay for their diapers. But the hope would be that going forward, we could work on a comprehensive tax plan that would reduce tax burden across our city for all of our residents as opposed to just families with kids in diapers.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Well, it doesn't just impact families with kids in diapers. It also would apply to incontinence products. And I'm pretty certain age is undefeated, so we'll all get older at one point, and more than likely we'll need to use those products, unfortunately. So it does not just impact families with young kids in diapers. And that's pretty clear from the definition in the ordinance.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I would just add to what Councilmember Gardner said about incontinence products, that also many people with disabilities also use incontinence products, and they have some of the lowest incomes in our city, particularly folks that receive Social Security disability income, which is just insanely below what is required to survive, let alone thrive in our city. And so that's another benefit to those folks. But in addition, this seems to me like such a simple step that we can take that is not going to impact our ability as a city to continue to undertake our operations, but really does provide a benefit to our residents and to many of our residents, not only folks with small children. So I strongly support this ordinance.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So as I mentioned when we discussed this during study session, I agree with providing support and relief to working families, but I think that that is best done by ensuring that a rising tide truly lifts all boats and by increasing wages to ensure and then tying them to the cost of living so that things don't get out of control like they are today. That said, that is not the council that we have. I don't think that's a political reality. So I'm happy to support this measure. And I also want to state that charities are great. I think all of us have given to charity. There's probably, we all have some of our own favorite charities, but those are not a substitute for systemic policy solutions. This is something that will not be means tested. This will apply evenly across the board to all Aurorans. And as Councilmember Gardner said, we'll give folks the choices to figure out, what products they want to get and how to spend their money. I don't like the idea of basically adding another bureaucratic process and means testing to distribute diapers. I think that that's overcomplicating what should be a really simple issue. That's something that we actually see the state legislature moving on right now, something that we were able to actually come together and agree on last year with regards to menstrual products. So I don't see why we have this opposition now. I think it's a disservice to our working families, and I would strongly discourage a no vote on this amendment and a yes vote on the original proposal.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jurenski.
Bergen, okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, and then Councilmember Jurenski.
Thank you. I support this because we talked about this last time, and I brought up that the state legislature actually last year passed, and now I don't have my notes in front of me, but I think it was like $5 million for diaper distribution as well. And if you can't afford the 3.75% tax, you certainly can't afford to buy diapers. And I think this is really a practical way for us to help those that are, you know, having difficulties with purchasing of these products. And I think it's just, it's going to help them immensely more. So I'm in support of this. I think we can very easily roll this out with help from our staff.
Further discussion on the Zvonek amendment to the Gardner
Mayor?
proposal. Councilmember Jurenski.
I think for me, and I stated this before, I mean, we can talk about the different items, the different products, you know, cutting taxes on those, but there are still so many people in the city that probably don't buy any of the aforementioned items, and I firmly stand on, I would like to see a broad-based tax cut for the city of Aurora, rather than just going item by item and deciding what are necessary products, because what are necessary products to some may not be to others, and I still stand firm that I would like to see a broad-based tax cut for Aurora citizens.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
So here's what's happening. We have a proposal in front of us to cut taxes for everyone in our city, everyone who has young kids in diapers, and everyone who eventually will use incontinence products, which is most older Americans. Instead, there's a substitute proposal to spend more government money on a program that we don't need. Instead, we could give that money back to our residents. And several of my colleagues have said, well, I don't want to pass this because it doesn't benefit everybody. And yet they're going to vote to spend government money on something that doesn't benefit everybody. Like, it doesn't make sense. If it doesn't benefit everybody, then why would we spend government money on it? We should just, I guess, do nothing, which I think is a bad alternative. I think we should be focusing on cutting taxes for our residents. But at the end of the day, I don't understand why, if we're going to vote against my ordinance because it doesn't benefit everybody, we're going to vote in favor of spending $100,000 of taxpayer money on something that, again, in their argument, does not benefit everybody. There's just not a lot of logical consistency going on tonight, and I think that's really disappointing. So I would ask for a no vote on this substitute motion and a yes vote on the original ordinance.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for legal. Could you even use ARPA funds for this purpose? I thought it had to have some kind of tangential relation to COVID.
And I don't have an answer for you. I don't have an answer for you right offhand. We'd have to go through.
I don't think your microphone's on, just for the record, City Attorney. So.
Just speak into it.
Is it on?
Sure,
Oh.
sorry. I don't have an answer for you right offhand. That's something we'd have to look up for the use of ARPA funds.
I can address that. Some of the ARPA money was for, COVID-related, and also replacement of lost revenue. The lost revenue piece can be spent on any type of expenses.
Okay. How would this be considered lost revenue, though? Because this wasn't.
No, there's a formula to determine lost revenue over the last 3 years due to COVID. And so
Understood. Okay.
That frees up the ARPA funds for multiple uses.
Got you. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I think it's ironic that this new council stood up a ad hoc remove the red tape committee, and here we are again adding more red tape to a process. It's just, people are taking credit for things that aren't theirs. They're trying to co-opt legislation so that they can put their name on it. They're preventing staff from allowing, forcing council members to put their name on staff's work, and we're doing the complete opposite. I just think it's really ironic that we have a reducing the red tape committee and we're talking about the complete opposite on what seems like a very straightforward vote.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Sundberg.
I have a question real quick. How many items have been exempted within the city from tax? I know there's the menstrual previously. Okay.
The staff, do you have an answer for that?
Thank you.
This is Trevor Vaughn with Tax and Licensing. I don't have a complete list offhand for you. There are a number of exemptions that the city has put into place over the years. Some of the highlights would be food for domestic home consumption would be one of the larger ones. Last year, you had the menstrual care products. I'd probably just have to create a list for you and get back with you on that.
Further questions? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14A. Call for the question.
And I just want some clarification from the city attorney's office. This is going to be a resolution replacing.
Oh, this is a
ordinance?
substitute amendment, I'm sorry. This is a Zavonic substitute amendment to the Gardner resolution.
Mayor, if it's an amendment, where's the text of the amendment?
It's a substitute motion to replace the ordinance with a resolution that does as I described.
But the ordinance hasn't passed. So it would be a resolution. So resolutions are only one reading. So Councilmember Zvonek is substituting a resolution for the ordinance that Councilmember Gardner has proposed. So again, the resolution would be giving direction to management rather than enacting legislation, as with the tax questions legislation. So it requires an ordinance. The direction does not. No, I understand that, but where's the text of the resolution we're voting on?
I just brought it up.
Well, you brought up a sentence, but a resolution typically has several whereas clauses. I haven't seen any of that, so I guess I don't even know that I can.
Well, let me, if I can pose the question to Councilmember Zvonek, I think the substitute should have been an ordinance. The substitute an ordinance should have been an ordinance.
Well, so I had asked clarification of the city attorney prior tonight to make sure that I could do it this way, and the direction I was given was that I could, in fact, do it in this manner.
So this is on first reading. You can't do this on second reading. You can't, so this is simply substituting a direction to the manager for the ordinance. Now, again, we being council, need to be clear on what that resolution and what that language actually says.
Okay, I didn't know you could do that.
Mayor.
Okay. Here,
Councilmember Zvonek.
I will withdraw my my substitute motion, and we'll just vote straight up on this.
Very well. The Zvonek
Mayor?
substitute resolution is withdrawn.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
why are we going to drop it? I mean, you're able to do a substitute motion, and I thought we were going to offer assistance to people.
Decided to withdraw the substitute.
Mayor?
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I'm glad that happened, because essentially folks were going to vote on a piece of legislation that they actually haven't seen, which I think is also problematic and a really bad way to make policy and a really problematic precedent. So I'm glad that motion was withdrawn.
Further discussion on the Gardner proposal. Seeing no further discussion, call for the question on item number 14A.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes from Councilmember Zvonek, Councilmember Lawson, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, and Councilmember Jurenski.
The time is now 9:08. We will stand in recess until 9:15. Council is in recess. City Council is now called back to order. Finalizing of ordinances, items number 15A through 15C passed unanimously in the first reading, and so we can approve those together as a consent calendar motion.
Mayor?
Councilmember
Point of order.
O'Connor.
I thought we were on 14B. And you're talking about 15, correct?
14B was removed at the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I forgot that. It's been a little bit. All right.
Item number 15A through 15C, motion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 15A, B, and C.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Marcano?
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 15A, 15B, 15C. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 15A through 15C.
The motion passes unanimously to approve items 15A through 15C.
Very well, I pass the gavel, now I guess a virtual gavel, to the Mayor Pro Tem on item number 15D.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And Katie, could you go ahead and please read the title?
Item 15D is ordinance 2022-12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding a new section to be numbered 94-122 to the city code pertaining to prohibiting unauthorized camping on public or private property, and adding Article 4, Sections 114-106 through 114-112 to Chapter 114 pertaining to abating unauthorized camps on public property. And Mayor Pro Tem, we do have public comment.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
We have public comment, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah. Well, I move item number 15.
Mayor, we have public comment first.
What's that?
We have public comment first.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Okay, we have Azalea Zarilli and Katrina Zarilli.
Okay, hi. Excited to be speaking to everyone in person after these years of Zoom comments. I know this is going to pass with this council that we have, but, you know, I heard that Denver's not enforcing their camping ban, and therefore, you know, we don't really know how it's going to do. But they do enforce their camping ban and cost their taxpayers a lot of money. I understand that people are really upset about the homeless crisis, and we're just not sure what to do about it. We can all agree that it's a crisis. I don't think anyone is like, let it be, it'll work itself out. I think everyone knows it's a problem and we have to do something about it. I just know that you also have city staff in your Aurora aid network who have told city council, providing housing works. Camping bans don't work. And they've said this for many years. And we see in Denver, camping bans don't work, and we've seen in other cities around the country. They just don't work, and they cost taxpayers a lot of money. The APD chief said she doesn't support it. Camping bans don't work. They don't have the resources for it. You can't enforce the fines if there are no beds to go to. We have no beds to go to. So it's an unenforceable ban. I know this has been said so many times, so many different ways, but just saying it again, I think everyone agrees it's a problem, but this is kind of this is like a political kind of theater thing of we're really tough on crime, but it's just making things a lot worse for the people who are experiencing the crisis. When a sweep happens, which is going to happen, important documents like social security cards, birth certificates, they get thrown in the trash. If someone's not there, and someone doing a sweep, an abatement team notices it, they just leave it on the sidewalk and it gets stolen, it gets thrown in the trash. I just don't think this kind of level of detail has been heard from city staff or like talking to people in Denver who have been, you know, with the homeless population. It just seems like not a lot of thought has gone into this. It's just like kind of a knee-jerk, we were just elected, be tough on crime reaction. And again, we all know it's a problem. I would just love to see a little more like thought and talking to people on the ground happening. The abatement schemes throw things away. For those experiencing homelessness, sweeps extend their homeless experience. So again, we're just not doing anything to actually solve this problem. And obviously, issuing a $2,600-something fine to people who cannot work because they don't have an address is like a moot point. Like, I just don't understand why we're kicking people when they're down and not helping them. This also doesn't address like the invisible homelessness of people sleeping in their cars, sleeping with friends and family, in motels.
Ma'am, you're reaching your 3 minutes.
Awesome. And thank you so much for all you do. And here's my kiddo who really wanted to speak. Test.
Oh, it works? Okay. So I just wanted to say that it isn't a crime to be homeless, and that like if we didn't want them to be homeless, we could at least like take out of the budget a little bit and give them like a shelter to live in, so that they aren't just on the streets, because if that's what you want, then you would have them. So yeah. And also it kind of just gives Aurora a bad reputation for hurting people, because there's no reason to hurt them, really. And they might actually be really good people, but we won't see that if all we're doing is putting them in jail. So that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, Eric Shanholzer? I think he might have left. I'm sorry. Sandy Garcia?
Hello, thank you for this time allowing me to speak. I am in support of this ordinance, and as well as my family of 5. I'm a medical professional. I'm a mom to 3 teenagers. There's so many reasons why. Health concerns. As a medical professional, I've treated homeless people with horrendous skin conditions. The life expectancy when they're out on the streets is definitely shorter. There's so many concerns, medication, health needs. Keeping people on the streets is not helping them and getting them better medically. My husband actually worked for years at a homeless shelter, and we volunteered our own time every weekend for years. We've taken in people that were homeless, taken my Girl Scout troop to the shelter. We've raised items for the shelter, so I actually do have a lot of experience in this area also. And giving someone a sleeping bag and a tent is not helping them. Mental issues is a big component of it, and getting and directing resources and help that way is really huge. Getting to the root cause of the issues is helping people if they are in agreement and want that. In my neighborhood here, near Chambers and I live, as I said, I've walked miles and miles, and when I'm close to 225 and the other people that are close to 225, it's come into the neighborhood. This week I drove by 2 propane tanks left on my street, which is a safety concern and a fire hazard. And I personally have had a home fire, so that's even more of a concern. I went to Walgreens at Iliff and Chambers this week, and again, still no shopping carts and baskets because they say people have stolen them all. Well, one day I actually brought out 8 shopping carts from my own neighborhood, just myself, to bring them out of the neighborhood. So small businesses are definitely affected. All these businesses, and I'm seeing the shopping carts, the baby strollers. I'm concerned where are the baby strollers coming from, and wouldn't it be useful for a baby if they're being donated, and for children. I mean, I can go on and on with the list, but really it is not in the best interest of the individual to be left down the street, especially in our cold climate and the weather. It is not safe. It is not safe to let it continue to grow. I go to Los Angeles actually almost every month, and I've seen what it's been doing there and what it's become, and it's there's no words, really. We don't want that as a community in Aurora, and I've listened to Zoom calls and watched videos of millions of dollars that Aurora does have for programs to help people.
Ma'am, you're reaching your 3
So I know that
minutes.
there's help in place, and so I fully support the amendment to abate these encampments. Thank you.
And Eric Shanholzer is in the chambers.
Didn't give us much time in that way, sorry. All right, Eric Shanholzer again. I promise this is the last time I will talk to you this month. So last meeting, there were people up here on the dais talking about taking people's stuff and storing it and destroying it. I just wanted to remind you of something you might have heard. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So I personally don't think that I don't want to see a homeless camp or they are inconvenient rises to the level of violating somebody's constitutional rights. Thank you.
And we do have individuals on the public call online.
First up is Omen. Omen, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. I know you miss me. Now, I know you didn't want me there tonight because you didn't want me to tell them the truth, but I'm going to do it from here. You want to know what's really happening to people on the streets? How about the last month where I was supposed to be the mayor's spearhead, and now a month later, they're talking about restraining orders? Funny how that changes when you expose that their entire network's broken, when you expose that they don't have anything in place to put people in stable housing. And if you don't fit their prerequisite, which is basically somebody with absolutely nothing, then they just tell you to sit and wait, as they don't even put you on a list, or tell you that that list takes 6 months, but they're not going to wait 6 months to abate a camp. They're going to do it, leave you with nothing, and expect you to just survive. And that's what they're going to do to me now, because apparently they're scared enough of just my words that they don't want to be bothered with me anymore, and so they're going to criminalize me existing in Aurora at all. So that's fine. I told you if you started this war, I'd be first, and I meant what I said. So you guys have a nice day, because I know I'm not going to convince you to vote no, even though you really should. But have a nice day, all of you.
All right, next is Mark. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate city council members and staff, as well as the folks in your organization that work with the unhoused community. I serve and support folks in the community as an outreach worker, community volunteer, and I spent a lot of time on East Colfax between Yosemite and Peoria, and am invested in the community there. That includes folks that are dealing with homelessness, folks that are here as immigrants, new arrivals, refugees, a lot of veterans, a lot of young adults, and complicated issues for sure, but the camping ban will not work. It's counterproductive. It will drain resources. It will further compound the trauma that unhoused community members are going through, making it more difficult for outreach teams, social workers, caseworkers. It will produce secondary trauma for the city workers that are enforcing the camping ban abatements, as we've seen in Denver. We don't have enough housing. We don't have enough treatment. We don't have enough mental health services. We need more shelter capacity. We need storage, and we need accountability. A lot of the discussion tonight, we need to partner with the public health school at CU, and we need to conduct an in-depth, comprehensive, ongoing community health assessment to understand the causes and the impacts of what folks are going through. And I agree with the police chief that the camping ban is a bad idea and that her officers should not enforce it. I'd get rid of the MRAP and I'd keep Chief Wilson. I would double or triple your estimates for cost of sweeps in Denver Those minimum estimate on those sweeps is $22,000 per sweep, minimum. And that does not include a lot of cost inputs. We're seeing impact, secondary trauma on the city workers affecting those camping ban enforcements, which I call traumatic displacements of unhoused people. It's compounding their cumulative distress syndrome and their cumulative deficits. And it is negative energy. It's an energy vampire that could be going into productive treatment, mental health services, housing. What does work in Denver is the Safe Outdoor Space Camp.
Sir, you've reached your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan is next. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Susan Tabachak, and I want to say that I believe, I don't know if we're going to a socialist government or what, but what I do know is when you have enabled people to live the way that they're living, then we're not helping them at all. A lot of them do not want to live in shelters. You can ask them. I've walked around and they've told me, I don't want to live in a shelter. I like my tent. I like to be where I am. What they don't understand is if you want to live in that tent, clean up the area. Get a garbage bag. Clean up after yourself. You are totally disrespecting my community, my children's community, and your community. You know, in New York, they have the kids be part of working with these different museums, and you know what? They stop vandalizing. We need to stop enabling. We need to approve this ordinance. I am so amazed at hearing all these people touchy-feely. They don't want to work. A lot of them don't want to work. Hey, we're getting away with crap. And don't tell me they're not, because I've heard them. I have kids. I have adult kids who know people like this. Not all of them, but all I'm saying is disrespecting my community, can't clean up after themselves. The Solomons had to build a fence by 225 so their customers wouldn't have to save the garbage that was piling up. What do our kids look at? Oh, Mom, look, they don't have to work. Well, maybe I don't have to work. I can live like that. So what are we telling our kids? My other question is, what's going on with this $486 million thing that was passed for Aurora? Who's going to make money off of that? It's all part of this homeless stuff. So I understand you're saying that you want to be touchy-feely, but sometimes you've got to be tough. You got to be tough. You know, you got to put your foot down and you got to say, clean it up, get a job to the ones that can, and the ones that can't, mental health, go see them. Get off your butt and go see them. I'm sorry, they need to learn how to help themselves. Or we go help those that do need mental health and make the other ones get a job. This is not a socialistic government. Thank you for listening to me. Susan Kapachek, Ward 3.
That is all the public comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you very much. Is there a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move, what number is it?
15D.
15D.
Is there a second?
Second, Zvonek.
All right, we have a second discussion.
Madam Chairman, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, what this proposal does is it requires a 72 hours notice, realizing that on our agreement with CDOT is a 7-day notice, but it's 72 hours outside of that area, outside of CDOT property. We have to provide a shelter option for them. There's some confusion about that. I've seen in the press that it's you have to have a shelter space for all those in encampment before you can begin to conduct any abatements, which is not true. It is only for those encampments that you're abating on that given specific day that you have shelter space options for those individuals requesting a shelter space. The Murillo Amendment, staff is working on that in terms of things of value that are left behind, such as documents and things like that, that those are protected and put in a secure area, right? But staff will come back with that. It does not criminalize homelessness. It simply says there are no fines, no penalties, only if, and this is the same under current law in the city, that if somebody refuses a lawful order from a police officer, they could in fact be arrested and subject to whatever penalties are involved in that arrest should they refuse to move. It says that unauthorized camping is unauthorized camping, but somebody who is in an encampment situation who is homeless will not be fined or penalized unless they refuse to move after those two requirements are met. The notice requirement and the shelter option requirement. I think this is important first step in not only cleaning up our city, but helping those who are in these encampments who would be then required to go to a secure location where there are services will be provided. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, I renew my motion for the adoption of item number 15A. Sorry, is it 15B? Ouch.
D as in dog.
15D.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. So I just want to reiterate, I've said this a lot, I'm going to be a broken record again tonight. This will not get people off the streets. This will not do what it is being billed to do. We are all going to be very frustrated after we start spending even more resources on moving people around the city and have nothing to show for it. And I'm not, here to be a, fortune teller. You can literally just go across the city limits to Denver and see what this has gotten them after 11 years of this failed policy. So this is the opposite of a solution, and frankly, to me, it's very similar to the so-called comprehensive crime strategy we voted on earlier, where we're effectively just reiterating the status quo, which is not working. I think we can all agree on that. So real solutions look like permanent supportive housing. That means folks are brought off the street into housing with a counselor, a therapist, job placement services, whatever else they need. So you basically go from being a homeless person with a bunch of other problems to just a person with a bunch of other problems that you can get help with. That is how you actually solve this crisis. And don't take my word for it. You can see what they've done in Helsinki, Finland for the last 11 years, where they have effectively eliminated homelessness in their city. And it was so effective that the entire country of Finland is now doing this. And if you want to see a more local approach to that, you can check out Houston, Texas, where they have reduced their unhoused population by over 55% over the last 10 years, and only really hit a hurdle in 2017 after, guess what they did? They passed a camping ban. So it was a self-inflicted injury, much like what we're about to do right now. We're going to actually make it harder to solve this problem because of short-sighted policy and promises that were made that frankly can't deliver. And I'm very frustrated about that, and y'all should be as well. So what you're going to see happen after this passes is the same thing we've seen in Denver. You're going to see the unhoused start moving closer to our homes, into our creeks, into our parks, to try to get away from the larger areas or the more obvious areas where they are going to get swept with at a higher frequency. These camps are eventually going to get large enough that it's going to be difficult to sweep them. Just like we see these so-called mega camps in Denver, you're going to start seeing those here in Aurora, where we're not going to have enough beds to justify sweeping these people, which again is not a solution in and of itself, and the problem will persist. And we're all going to get really pissed about it, and we're going to keep wasting a lot of money doing nothing. So I'm going to, once again, introduce a substitute motion to table this mess indefinitely and invite my colleagues to join us on a fact-finding mission to Texas so that we can see the real success and the real solutions that Houston has put into place with their county and other local jurisdictions so that we don't follow the mess of Denver, and so that we can actually deliver on promises made to our residents. So Mayor Pro Tem, that's my substitute motion to table this ordinance indefinitely.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Second.
Second.
Okay, we have someone saying something?
Murillo, second.
Oh, yes, we have a second from Councilmember Murillo. Discussion on the substitute motion. Okay, Seeing no discussion, Katie, would you please call the vote on the substitute motion?
The vote is open in e-scribe. Mayor Kaufman, how would you like to vote?
Mayor votes no.
The motion does not pass with 7 no votes, 4 yes votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo.
Okay, so we are back to the main motion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, I renew my motion for the passage of the unauthorized camping abatement ordinance and call for the question. A motion to call for the question.
Okay, there's a motion to call for the question. Is there a second?
Mayor, do you want to do a motion to call for the question, which would be in the debate, or do you want to vote on what you already have on the table, which you have a second for?
Well, I think I can only do a motion to call for the question in the debate, because I'm not the presiding officer.
Okay, we can do the call for the question, which is going to be just the motion to end the debate. We have
Right.
Mayor Kaufman as the motion.
Is there a second? Okay, so we do not have a second. All right, that motion fails, so we are back to the original motion for 15D. Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Is that Councilmember Sundberg?
Yes, just discussion phase, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to point out a few positive items happening within the city where perhaps residents don't see us working in a compassionate fashion behind the scenes. This city has dozens of for-profit and nonprofit organizations surrounding those in need and unhoused, whether that's the Aurora Housing Authority, Colfax Community Network, Restoration Christian Fellowship, Bridge House, Village Exchange Center. The list goes on and on about very positive things happening. And there's a couple of exciting things happening we can look forward to with respect to Aurora Mental Health Acute Care Campus. I hope people know about that, on 12 acres, centrally located near Mississippi and 225, where there will be walk-in mental health and substance abuse available for people, health and dental care, 60 units of supportive housing, a one-stop shop, if you will, for homeless services. There's going to be the Ridgeview Recovery Campus that the city has put seed money into, centered around sobriety and vocational training if needed. In my own ward, there's Weatherstone, where 213 Section 8 apartments are being renovated at $55,000 each, as well as additional money being spent on the outside for better lighting and security. There's Elevate Aurora, which we may hear about later, near Altura School. Affordable housing, a $51 million project with 130 units with job training. There is attainable housing with 355 units at Anschutz Medical Campus to fulfill a supply and demand need there. And just other projects are coming along in the pipeline that I think our citizens can be excited about. So I just wanted to highlight some positive aspects of what our city is doing for the homeless. And thank you.
All right, further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Go ahead, Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I think it's really important that we have been for years now doing some things on affordable housing and on homelessness. But it's very clear from the number of people that are homeless and on the brink of homelessness that what we're doing is not enough. I believe it was in 2017 that the study conducted at that time showed that we were 12,000 units short on affordable housing, and that number has likely increased. And at that time, we also had about 30% of our residents cost burdened with respect to housing, and 50% of those were cost burdened at the amount of 50% of more of their income that they're spending on their housing. So we continue to have the issues, and they continue to worsen, because just in the last year, the average price of a home in the city of Aurora has increased from $400,000 to $500,000. And that $400,000 was already an increase over the prior costs. So I think a number of things that have been proposed tonight, including Councilmember Marcano's amendments to the resolution, would make more of a difference. I also know that if we were more aggressively implementing the city's housing strategy, we would be in a better place. And we could be directing the millions of dollars that we're going to end up spending on dramatically sweeping people around our city, not lessening the number of people that we see experiencing unsheltered homelessness, and in fact making this issue worse. We could be using that money to address these issues, to implement that housing strategy in a way that would really put a dent in the deficit that we have of affordable housing in our city. So I hope that my colleagues will understand that it is actually more fiscally responsible to address the root causes of this issue, promote safety more than passing this ordinance to address the root causes of this issue. And please vote no on this ordinance.
Any further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Who's that?
Councilmember Medina.
Oh, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I know I don't talk very
Medina.
often.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple things to reiterate. I know we had talked about some locations of potentially housing some of our unhoused at the day center. This is mostly, I guess, for staff. What is the current fire code to how many people could we actually house in there? I'm just curious, because I heard the number 175, but that can't be true because there are codes with fire that, like, if you have a space, you have to have so much perimeter around it. Because if there was a fire to get in there, and people were trapped because of obstacles having to get out, who would be liable for that? Would us or would the center, or who would be liable for that? So that's why I'm asking that question, is that I heard the 175, but I've been to the day center multiple times, and I can't fathom putting 175 beds in there and being under code for fire. Because if something broke out and people couldn't escape, people will die in there and trampling over each other trying to get out, or just dropping dead in there. So I'm just curious about, what are our rules and what is the liability of that?
Councilmember, we're still looking at what the capacity of that would be, working with fire and public works, and we don't know what the interior would be configured like for ongoing overnight accommodations.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? I actually have a question on that. And I don't know if anybody can address it from the Day Resource Center. They're probably not on the call, but how many have been housed in there for overnight during the cold weather activation? Non-COVID times.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Lana Dalton. I'm the homeless programs manager. On cold weather nights, we've been capped at 75 for the last 3 years.
No, I said non-COVID times, please.
Non-COVID times, I believe it's been up to 100.
Okay, I was told by the director that they have had 150 in there.
That is, I suppose it's possible prior to my time, prior to COVID, and also I would just say that there's been a lot of issues with safety and in that facility currently. So the way it is configured, there would definitely need to be other configuration in place in order to make it a safe environment for everyone to be.
Okay. And then I did want to point out, and I pointed this out last time, that, other cities actually have realized their failed policies, and I named a bunch of these cities: Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, San Francisco, Austin, that actually are reenacting camping bans because of the failed policies that they have tried over the last decade. And so I think what we're doing is trying to help those that are in the encampments to get out of that situation by having to offer, alternative shelter for them. And obviously, if we can help them with drug addiction, with mental health issues, that is way more compassionate than leaving them in an encampment that is not sanitary, that, that they can, that's not safe for them, let alone safe for our businesses and our residents that live near those. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I think this is the first step, and, we will work together to make sure that we're providing the resources we need to get people out of their homeless condition and to be able to lead productive lives. Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem Murillo.
Yes, Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I've expressed my opposition. I think, so I will just reiterate just for the record, I think this is just a flawed policy. We see that it doesn't work. The idea that the solution to ending homelessness isn't housing surprises me. Certainly there are other issues that folks deal with that when I think about what is compassionate and how we treat people with dignity and respect, it's not forcing people to abandon a place that they have chosen to survive. This original ordinance didn't have anything to do with what we were going to do with people's stuff. We still haven't come to an agreement about what that's going to look like. I think, again, this is going to harm the relationship that our providers have built with folks, trying to build trust and relationship and working through different traumas to get them into permanent supportive housing. We've implemented a number of other best practices that have yielded so much success for folks to enter into permanent supportive housing, but that wasn't because we forced them into. Again, when I think of compassion, it's not forcing somebody to do something that we want them to do when we want it. And again, I think that this is the wrong move. I don't think that this isn't going to solve anything. So we approach someone, we tell them to move, and if they refuse, we're not criminalizing the ask, right, the initial approach, but guess what? If they refuse to move as a result of us putting a police officer in that situation, they will then become system involved. We're going to be reducing our police capacity and forcing them to enforce something that our police chief has said they don't want to enforce. So we're already talking about other issues with, a shortage of folks in our police department. Now we're going to further reduce their capacity, forcing them to engage in this. So I have concerns there. And I think that, if we were at the state legislature and we wanted to pass something like this, we'd have to have a fiscal note. There's no fiscal note here. So this is a big blank check and an ongoing cost that we're going to be on the hook for implementing every single year. Denver spends several millions of dollars on enforcing their camping ban, and we still see the occurrence of, so I think somebody said like a mega camps, because that's the loophole. When people figure out that the loophole is that you have a big enough camp that the city, and you do, agree to go to a shelter, and the city doesn't actually have the shelter bed space for that, and we can't actually enforce this, I think we're going to see the occurrence of larger camps throughout the city. And again, this isn't humane. We're only pretending like it is. We only have to offer a shelter space. We don't actually have to have enough shelter bed for this to be enforceable. And on any given night, we've heard that our capacity, kind of ebbs and flows. But according to our last point in time count, we had 594 people experiencing homelessness, and the max I heard was 150, I think. that can fit in our day resource center, and that's even questionable, just given like the fire safety and hazard consideration. So again, that math just doesn't work out, and we're just going to be packing people into a facility like sardines just so that we can enforce this, and it's not actually going to help people again, get back on their feet and figure something else more permanent for their lives. So again, I'm disappointed. It's going to be super costly. I'm looking forward to the annual review to get a better accounting of how much this is costing us and the opportunity cost of enforcing this, as opposed to actually investing in our strategic housing plan, which calls for things like, partnering with different organizations, leveraging their resources to create more housing at different price points, purchasing land, strategic purchases of land throughout the city, so that not one part of the city is bearing the burden of density and different incomes. These are all things that we have yet had the opportunity to explore, because this very politically charged ordinance was forwarded during the last election cycle. And it's just really unfortunate that not only is this poor policy, but it's very, very much a tactic that was used. So I just, I feel bad for folks who are experiencing homelessness, that they're going to be subject to this really inhumane camping ban. So again, I would agree with my colleagues who have called to oppose this camping ban.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to state that we are not lemmings. We should not just follow along with what other cities do just because they're re-implementing camping bans, for example. That is quite literally just walking off of a cliff. We see the cliff, we know it's a cliff, we know nothing good comes from this, and we're gonna do it anyway. That's foolish, to put it very politely. What we ought to do is emulate success. And again, I've pointed to 2 examples of municipalities and one that have done this successfully. One of them was so successful that it influenced their entire country. I would love for us to be that city here in Colorado and in the United States. And I think we can do it. We just have to have the political will to understand that politically palatable, simple solutions seldom get the job done. This is a very complicated issue with a lot of interconnected parts, with a lot of moving parts. And the best way we have found empirically to address this so far is permanent supportive housing, which is why I will remain an advocate for that solution for our city. With regards to the Aurora Day Resource Center being repurposed, I have the International Building Code pulled up in front of me here. I believe, and City Manager Twombly, if you happen to know offhand, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's currently set up as an open area, which requires, I believe, 15 square feet per occupant. If we're going to repurpose that into a sleeping area, you're going to require 120 square feet per occupant. That is going to absolutely destroy the occupant load for that building, especially, we're not even considering the ADA. I'm just giving you gross square footages based off of the IBC. This was something that we, I think, voted on our last meeting. And again, it was a very short-sighted decision because that building is not large enough to even get close to addressing the total unhoused population that we have. We will at the very least require a tremendous amount of support outside of the building in the form of pallet shelters. Again, if we want to actually implement the solution that we found is the most effective based off of staff and some of our nonprofits and their observations. But even then, it's not going to come close to addressing the real number of unhoused that we have in the city. And I also want to just state this. There was some huckster out of Florida who in 2015 went around and made a killing consulting with jurisdictions about his basically camping ban and this strong and wrong approach on dealing with homelessness, saying that, yeah, you just can't enable these people. They can do better. You just have to show them tough love. It'll work, we promise. Well, he went around saying, oh, I succeeded in St. Petersburg or whatever city he started on. And it was basically a Ponzi scheme, except the fact that he wasn't being successful at all, and there was no data to prove that anything that he had done worked, eventually caught up with him. I don't know if the guy's still making business doing this to small towns in places who might not, be doing their due diligence to actually research real solutions. But that's where this more contemporary, I think, craze for camping bans originated from. It doesn't do anything. This is going to just set your taxpayer dollars on fire to accomplish absolutely nothing. Denver's camping ban is enforced, as we know, by how much they spend on it. It is enforced very methodically, and it has not delivered anything for their residents. Knowing all of that, anyone telling you differently is, again, to put it politely, Mayor, telling you untruths. You should be demanding real results. What we're discussing tonight is a farce, and it is disrespectful to you and everybody else in this city.
Further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, Katie, can we go ahead and call for the question?
The question has been opened in eScribe.
Okay, and this is regarding the camping ban.
Mayor, there is a tie vote.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 5 no votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Crooms, Lawson, and Murillo to pass ordinance 2022-12.
I will reclaim the gavel. 19A, consideration for appointment of 1 member into the Aurora Youth Commission.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I move to appoint Barb Schneller to the Aurora Youth Commission.
I believe that does not require a second.
Yes, Mayor, we need a motion and a second and a
Oh, it
vote.
does require a second?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 19A. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on 19A.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
the motion passes unanimously.
19B, consideration to reappoint 1 member to the Aurora Immigrant and Refugee Commission. No motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Samuel Gabriel Michael to the Aurora Immigrant and Refugee Commission.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second, Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, call for the question on item number 19B.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
the motion passes unanimously.
Item number 19C, consideration to reappoint 2 members and appoint 1 member to the Open Space Advisory Board.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, motion to appoint Jason Amaya and to reappoint Brad Stratton and Mark Christopher to the Open Space Board.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by? Councilmember Medina. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on item number 19C.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
the motion passes unanimously.
Item number 19D, consideration to appoint 2 members and reappoint 1 member to the Aurora Commission for Older Adults.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Delphina Ashley Baisden, Ms. Frances Dollard, and Ms. Cassandra Thomas to the Aurora Commission for Older Adults.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 19D. Discussion? See no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 19D.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
the motion passes unanimously.
Item number 19E, consideration to appoint 1 member to the Election Commission.
Mayor.
Mayor.
Motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Drinsky.
I motion to appoint Molly Barrett to the Election Commission.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jurenski, seconded by?
Sundberg.
Seconded by Councilmember Sundberg. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to appoint Deborah Johnson, who was recommended by staff, to the Election Commission.
It's been moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo, to move a substitute motion to appoint Deborah Johnson to the Election Commission. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnson appears to be eminently qualified, having served as Denver's clerk and recorder, and also, I guess, has a bit of experience here in Aurora as well. So I'm just kind of surprised that we would go against staff's recommendation, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues why they would want to appoint Molly Barrett.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so just seconding that, Ms. Johnson has extensive experience as a clerk and recorder. She also was hired by the city to consult on redrawing our ward boundaries the last time that we underwent the process of redrawing ward boundaries, which we are about to undertake again. So I think her expertise will be indispensable at this time in order to undertake that process. So I hope that we can look at that experience that's very specific to the current needs of the commission and appoint Deborah Johnson.
Further discussion? Seeing none, then the question before us is a substitute motion to appoint Deborah Johnson to the Election Commission. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes no.
The motion does not pass with 6 no votes, 5 yes votes. Yes votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, Lawson, and Murillo.
We are now back to the Jurenski motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to hear from Councilmember Jurenski as to why they're moving to appoint Molly Barrett.
Further discussion. There's no cross-examination here. Councilmember Jurenski.
It's my right to appoint whoever I want, and I choose to appoint Molly Barrett, and I think that she's qualified.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Since she responded, thank you for that, Councilmember Jurenski. Could you please elaborate? What are the qualifications? You said that you think she's qualified. I'd like to hear the practical experience here.
Mayor, I'd like to call for the vote.
Motion to call for the question.
Incredible.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to call for the question was moved by Councilmember Jurenski, seconded by Councilmember Zvonik. Non-debatable motion. Will the clerk call for the question on the motion to call for the question? To 19C. 19. Oh, I'm sorry, 19E.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes on call for the question.
And Katie, I'm sorry, I accidentally hit yes when I meant to hit no. Okay, I fixed it.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes with 6 yes votes, 5 no votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, Lawson, and Murillo to call for the question.
We are back to the Jurenski motion on item number 19E. Further discussion? Oh, there is no discussion, I'm sorry. Call for the question. So call for the question on item 19E.
So now we are considering appointment of Molly Barrett to the Election Commission. Mayor, how would you like to vote?
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 5 no votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, Lawson, and Murillo.
Item number 19F, motion to approve the stipulation and a request for payment of attorney's fees. Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 19F.
Has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Jurenski.
Seconded by Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 19F. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. So I want to state my strong opposition to this. This should have been a public process with the facts of the matter being presented to the public. There should have actually been an investigation conducted and findings presented. What's happened instead is we've had a nakedly partisan display of corruption employed to protect bad actors. The precedent set here, and I want the public to understand this, is exceptionally dangerous for good governance and for public trust in our city. This means that if you have a majority, a partisan majority, you can get away with whatever you want, because they'll have your back more than likely. So I want to know from the city attorney, who chose the defense counsel, and what was the cost of the investigative counsel?
And I'm guessing, because we don't have the bills in on investigative counsel, so I would assume it would be nearly the same as the defense counsel.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion.
And who chose the defense counsel, just for the public record?
Councilmember Jurenski.
Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
isn't this part of our rules that we do pay for the payment of attorney fees?
So payment of fees comes up, the rule doesn't contemplate resolving the case before a vote. So if, on a censure, if 2/3 of the council did not vote in favor of it, it would require payment of fees. So currently, when the stipulation is basically stopping the process, stopping the attorney's fees for giving up the right to have the due process right to have a public hearing. So all of that stops the fees, but as part of that package, it's also payment of Councilmember Jurenski's attorney's fees in this matter.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski.
I would just like the public to know, since I was called a bad actor, that not one attorney, to include the outside counsel, said that I violated anything. So the public should really know, Councilmember Marcano, that you, in fact, are the one that has wasted the taxpayers' dollars. And I'm not sure how you think it would be okay for one set of attorneys to get paid and not the other, but that doesn't seem very equitable to me.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So you stopped the investigation in an executive session, breaking sunshine laws while we were at it, to protect yourself from any kind of investigation or scrutiny. So sure, you have the votes to pat yourself on the back and say, look, I didn't do anything wrong. What are you doing? Look, you wasted money. No, you wasted money the moment you decided to go onto the public airwaves and violate the city charter. Councilmember Jurenski, I suggest you read it.
I have.
I don't think you have.
Several
You wouldn't
attorneys. So have several attorneys.
Yeah.
It's not a back and forth, not a debate. Councilmember McConnell, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. And I also just want to point out, since some people have said that this is a violation of First Amendment rights, Justice Neil Gorsuch, writing for the Supreme Court, said elected bodies in this county have long exercised their power to censure their members, he wrote. In fact, no one before us has cited any evidence suggesting that a purely verbal censure, analogous to Mr. Wilson's, that's the plaintiff in this case, has ever been widely considered offensive to the First Amendment. So this whole thing has been theater from the jump to protect bad actors, to protect charter violations on partisan lines. You get what you vote for, or in this case, you get what you don't vote for with 30% turnout, folks.
Further discussion.
Mayor Jurenski, you're right.
Councilmember Jurenski.
You're right. We are protecting bad actors, I guess, because I haven't filed my censure charges against you yet. But another thing that I would like to point out is it's not me that ended it. It took a majority of council. It took a majority of council. And one thing, the only reason you brought these censure charges against me, Councilman Marcano, in my opinion, let's be friendly, right? So in my opinion, is because you now stand in the minority on this council, and the last 2 years when you wreaked havoc on this council, on this city, and said anything that you want, volatile things that absolutely name-called constituents, your own constituents, now you're in that minority. So for relevancy purposes, you have wasted taxpayers' dollars, and not one attorney, not one, to include the outside counsel investigating this, said that I violated anything. But you yourself walked out of there admitting how many rules you have violated.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. There's a huge difference between violating the charter and violating the council rules. Again, if you read either, you'd know this. The fact of the matter here is that you, again, stopped the investigation. And yes, you're right, it takes a majority of council to stop the investigation before it even begins. Hence the partisan corruption comment that I made. So, again, we need to change this process so that it is transparent from the jump. And frankly, none of us should be involved in it once it begins. Because I have now seen firsthand that letting the body that issues the censure be judge, jury, and executioner is a recipe for disaster.
I just want to say that there will be a proposal before us to reform this process and to get the lawyers out of it. And it will be just like other jurisdictions when any member can offer a censure, and it requires a certain vote threshold for whichever we pick. I believe we'll pick a 2/3. I think 2/3 is going to be the proposal that will move forward. And the only rule for lawyers will be to draft the censure resolution itself. Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonik.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The mayor just talked about a proposal that we're going to be bringing forward, excuse me, from the Rules Committee that will blow up this kangaroo court process that we're currently in. I know that Councilmember Marcano likes to fancy himself as the minister of truth, but he doesn't get to decide what is and is not a charter violation. Our proposal that we'll be bringing forward will bring this process to light. This will allow all of you in the public to hear the arguments that whenever somebody brings forward a censure charge or any sort of charge, rule violation charge, you'll get to hear the arguments and decide for yourself instead of having the minister of truth determine what is partisan corruption and what is a violation of the charter when in fact there was not a single attorney that actually said that it was. This process needs to be completely reformed, and the resolution that we'll be bringing forward here in the next coming weeks will do just that.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I actually want to express some agreement with the Minister of Propaganda. We do absolutely need to make this process transparent. I also want to just address a comment made by Councilmember Jurinski about me attacking my constituents. I have actually never attacked my constituents. I have, in fact, attacked the organization known as the Republican Party, and you already know what my comments were there, too. And this is actually a prime example of why that is, because this authoritarian, and I would say fascistic bent that this party is undertaking is exceptionally dangerous, not just for the city of Aurora, but for our democracy in this country as a whole.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, never mind.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I am appalled by the partisan nature of how this has been conducted and the behind closed doors nature of how this has been conducted. The fact that someone can say on the radio, I told the chief to fire this person, when our charter says we are not allowed to do that.
Has the floor.
We have a discussion where we don't actually get to hear the opinion of anyone that looked into this. Just to be very clear, the entire discussion didn't even happen. There was supposed to be a public discussion. So I agree that this has become a circus, and a partisan circus at that, but that's because we actually didn't even undertake the process in terms of having a public discussion and public vote on the matter of this censure, because it was disposed of in an executive session. So it should have been public, and the expectation was that there would be a public conversation and that we would hear the information that was expected to be presented to us by attorneys. So to say not one attorney has said that there was a violation, well, not one attorney has said anything except for Councilmember Jurinski's own attorney, who she's paying, because the attorneys that the city hired were not permitted to share the information that they had or even talk to us about what the process would look like before this matter was disposed of. by this entire, or by the majority of this council along partisan lines.
Well, if the resolution for the change in this process passes, and I hope it does, it will be a completely public and open process, unlike the process that we have right now. Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Moreno.
I just want to make note for folks who are not here, Councilmember Drinsky has left in the middle of this discussion, stormed out, did not want to continue, did not want to hear the discourse. I'm disappointed that she would leave, and there's nobody, there's a couple, maybe 3 folks, sorry, I don't want to minimize, you guys are here, but yeah, if you're virtual, you wouldn't be able to see that. So Councilmember Coombs, I thought you should know the respect of knowing that your colleague walked out as you're speaking. So I just wanted to make note of that. I think that was highly unprofessional in a lot of ways. But yeah, so, and to my comments on the matter, the fact is that all of this happened and it happened behind closed doors, essentially. So we won't know the conversation that happened, unfortunately. And I also heard Councilmember Drinsky say that she was going to bring censure charges against Councilmember Marcano. So when we talk about retaliation, like this is going to be very an embarrassing process. This is going to be unfortunate. I hope that the new rules that are implemented are not unfair, because we already know that somebody's going to bring a censure charge against Councilmember Marcano. So if the rules that are changed make it unfair for, a pending censure charge, I want that to be on the record. We know that there's going to be changes to the process. We know that somebody's going to bring, Councilmember Drinsky is going to bring censure charges against Councilmember Marcano. So again, talk about wasting taxpayer resources. This petty back and forth is just unacceptable. Like we can't. So let's talk about reforming it, but again, it needs to be fair and not punitively impact the pending charges that we know are coming.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 19F. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Medina.
No.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes from Councilmember Medina, Marcano, Coombs, and Murillo.
Item number 19G, consideration to amend the 2022 council calendar. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I had a request to all of my colleagues via email, which I was allowed to per the attorneys, to find out if it would be possible to reschedule the spring workshop from April 30th to June 4th. I'm going to pull this because somebody has left the building. And I had a unanimous vote, by the way, via email. So attorneys, I need to have everybody in person?
I guess, is it a unanimous vote of those present? Or?
Yeah. Okay.
I
would think so.
Is there an attorney speaking? I can't hear.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, the city attorney is going to verify the council rules right now, I think.
Oh, okay, thank you.
No, there's already, she changed it, we already got it.
June 4th, because I think she asked.
I think whatever it was worked.
It's in here.
It was to June 4th, and I had every single person on council say they were okay with June 4th.
Yeah.
And I apologize, it is not coming up for me.
So I can't provide the email from Councilmember Jurenski?
Dan, on the, in the council rules, it states an unanimous vote of the city council. It doesn't
Unanimous.
state whether there needs to be present.
So you need all of council. You need all of
Right,
council.
but
So
do
I
they
think-
need
I
to all
think-
be present?
Can we
Do
take
they
a
all
vote
need
through
to be
text?
present?
I think you delay
Yeah,
it for
they-
2 weeks. I think you'll have to delay it for 2 weeks, right? Yeah.
So can I get my question answered? Everyone has to be present, even though I have an email confirming the one member that's not here.
Yeah. There's one of two ways. You either have to be present or you have to be virtually present. But you do have to be present at the meeting.
Right, right. Okay.
Mayor Protem, would you like to do a motion to defer till
Yeah, I'm gonna, yes,
the next
motion
regular
to
meeting?
defer this to the next regular meeting.
Very well. Does that require a vote, or is that unanimous consent?
No, you do need a vote.
Okay. It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Marcano.
Councilmember Marcano, to delay the vote on changing the quarterly workshop until the next regular meeting. Can they do it in a study session?
No,
Tell the next regular meeting.
because it's a vote.
Discussion? Well, okay, there was second, Councilmember McConnell was the second.
Mayor
Discussion?
Kaufman?
Mayor, you could call a special meeting the same time as this
Oh,
next
can I
study
call a
session.
special meeting just for that? Like a 5-minute meeting?
Can we do it remotely?
Yeah.
Can we do a remote 5-minute meeting?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's up to you. You'd be calling the meeting.
Mayor Mayor?
Councilmember Moreno.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Councilmember Murillo. I guess I'm trying to understand the urgency, because we would,
I booked because I did not, which is my fault, which I said in the email.
yeah.
I'm sorry, and I booked tickets. I'm not going to get, it's non-refundable, so I'm just
No,
trying.
I agree with your request. I'm just saying, why does it have to be, can we just wait till the next regular meeting if you have all of the, like, quote-unquote votes, or everyone has agreed to move it? It just seems crazy to.
Yeah, I just think, now I don't know. if I'm-
No, I understand you. It's a lot, you don't have the refundable tickets and all that, but I would imagine you would still have the votes in 2 weeks. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, the motion before us is to delay for 2 weeks. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on delaying the vote on 9G for 2 weeks, till the next regular meeting of the City Council.
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, very well. Mayor has no report. Reports by the City Council. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to reappoint Aluk Sarwal to the Business Advisory Commission. And then we have our large town hall meeting on May 5th at 6 o'clock at the Heather Gardens Aspen Blue Spruce Rooms. And my advisor committee report, we met on the 25th. Staff will be sending on Tuesday via email positions taken by the committee, as well as an update on the status of the bills council has previously active, supported, or opposed. The advisor committee also approved a letter to the Denver International Airport in support of their U.S. Department Transportation RAISE grant application. That letter will be brought forth to the April 4th study session for the full council to review. And that's my report, Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention March 19th held the first gun buyback event with the City of Denver, Raw Tools, and the Denver Broncos, and just wanted to share a couple of stories from that. First, we were able to take in 189 firearms, and so thank you to the Denver Broncos for their great financial support. And wanted to share a couple of reasons or some stories that we heard for why people brought in their firearms. One mother brought in the gun that her son used to commit suicide and it was very therapeutic for her to know that that gun wasn't going to be used again in the future. And then another individual on his anonymous survey indicated that he had severe mental health issues and was worried that he was going to harm himself, and so no longer wanted that firearm to be in his home for fear that he might use it against himself. And those are really examples of why we do events like that. So just want to thank Councilmember Amanda Sawyer from Denver, again, Raw Tools and the Denver Broncos as well for their partnership on that. And the next event is going to be April 9th at the Aurora Day Labor Center. So thank you to Pastor Reed Heddick and Mosaic Church for hosting that. That's it. Have a good night.
Councilmember Savanik.
There we go. So during our Public Safety Committee meeting earlier this month, we had received a presentation from Michelle Crawford on an audit that was done within the Aurora Police Department on the Colorado Criminal Justice Records Act. The findings that were presented by Ms. Crawford were incredibly unfortunate and troubling, and we learned that just not even 2 weeks later that it was really only the tip of the iceberg. The audit found that the current department policies fail to meet all of the requirements of the state's Criminal Justice Records Act, and that the department is not always in compliance with those requirements. The audit also uncovered the need to greatly improve accessibility and transparency, and that there is a lack of defined roles and responsibilities for the unit handling these records. The audit also discovered that the internal culture was resistant to feedback and often shut down suggestions from subordinates. The presentation before the Public Safety Committee, which I chair, and then a subsequent revelation of mismanagement of records within the police department, unfortunately, are just another indication of the gross mismanagement at all levels of the department that it needs to be addressed. Earlier tonight, we passed a comprehensive crime reduction plan. The first tenet of that is to ensure that we have a fully staffed, fully funded, and fully trained Aurora Police Department. In order to do that, we need to ensure that we have the leadership capable of leading that department and ensuring that our community and the victims who are impacted by crime in our city have a department that has their best interest at heart at all times. And I hope that our city management will continue to look further into these. And if you have any questions or want to know more about this issue, I encourage you to follow the public safety meetings, which are the second Tuesday of the month at 8:30 in the morning. Thanks.
Councilmember Drensky's gone. Councilmember Mario.
Sorry. My only announcement is that my next town hall is, again, on the fourth Thursday of the month, so that's April 28th, 6 to 7:30. We were at the MLK Library last week, so we'll be at Moorhead Recreation Center for the April meeting, and I'm hoping that we can figure out a hybrid town hall structure so that folks can participate in person or virtually if that is their preference. Thank you.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a town hall earlier this month on the subject of traffic calming. Carly Campazano, traffic manager, did an excellent job. Aurora police were there. We just had a great back and forth discussion among a lot of people. I think about 35 people were there for that one. May is my next one, and that's going to be the panel discussion on the pros and cons of metro districts. So we're gearing up for that.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. My next town hall will be April 6th, which is a Wednesday, at 6:30 at the Active Adult Center. And we'll be talking about the unhoused and what services we have. Thank you.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to start by appointing Katrina Zarelli to the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee. And staff, you should already have that application. Then I also want to let you know that if you live in Ward 4, you also live in Arapahoe County, which is currently creating the Arapahoe County Health Department due to the pending dissolution of Tri-County Health. So y'all can head on over to arapahogov.com for more information and so that you can fill out their weekly survey, which will inform the county on what priorities and expectations we have for this new health agency. And I also want to point out that the survey updates every Friday. So after you fill it out, add it to your bookmarks, set yourself a reminder, go back once a week and answer that new question so they get as much feedback as possible. And our next Ward 4 Town Hall is going to be at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, April 14th at Colorado Early Colleges. We should have our hybrid technology working by then, so I will also simulcast it on Facebook Live like we have been during the pandemic. We're going to have two primary discussions. The first one's going to be a budget presentation by Greg Hayes, and the second one is going to be a presentation on the impacts of the camping ban that we just passed into law by Ren Echo. So I hope y'all can join us then.
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor. My town hall for this month has already passed, and next town hall will be in April at Heather Gardens, so we will not yet be able to implement the hybrid technology for that meeting, but next time that we're at Central Rec Center in May, we will be able to do so. And our presenter will also be Greg Hayes on the budget for the month of April. And aside from that, I just want to note the thinly veiled attempt by Councilmember Zvonek to pin what seems like it's been a long-standing mismanagement of the records division on Chief Wilson, an issue that has likely predated her. And I think we should give some respect to our chief, who has stepped into mess after mess after mess that this department already had in place when she arrived, has rebuilt community trust, has been working through a wide range of issues, and has been able to get the city to the point that we could engage in a consent decree with the state rather than being sued by the state for, again, the wide range of issues that were not of her creation or a result of her management, but that she has been spending the time cleaning up and rebuilding trust with our community. So I want to encourage everyone on this council, everyone in our community, to recognize the actual leadership, hard work, and improvements that the chief actually has made in her time in this role. And that's all for tonight. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say thank you to Heather Lamborn for the presentation at my town hall last week. She did an excellent presentation on development, as residents are very interested in the process as well as some of the developments that were happening in Ward 6. I will tell council that a lot of questions came up during the town hall on a planning commission vote that was happening the same night for an apartment complex in my area. And just so everyone knows, that particular planning commission vote is being continued because there was a lack of proper notification to the residents. Anyway, so then my next town hall is going to be May 18th. We'll have Visit Aurora, but I'm also going to have a presentation from the police department, just some initiatives that were taking place on addressing crime. I had that request today on Nextdoor from some constituents. Roadway Committee for E470, we discussed the Sable Boulevard Interchange IGA as well as the Toll Plaza Utility Relocation Contract. And then on the ARDA board, we had updates from both staff and Aurora Highlands, and then approved some financial contracts. And that is all for me.
Thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned.